All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. I went full degen mode last night and did not sleep, so this is going to be fun. So today it's going to be a lot longer than my typical streams. There's going to be a lot more reading. Definitely encourage anybody interested to follow along. So today, I am looking into the RAND Corporation. So, from just the brief overviews that I've done so far, what I have seen is the RAND Corporation is, I don't want to say 100% funded because it's not, but it is largely funded by the American taxpayer. So, let me get chat up. Awesome. All right. This is going to be a lot of reading. So I might want to get these on. And I've been working on and off, and I was on Jess's panel for like 6 hours overnight. It's fantastic. Jess White, by the way. What's up, Denizen? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Today is going to be looking into the RAND Corporation. So what they are is they're a research organization that is largely funded by taxpayers, and that's not even something I had to dig in. They have a whole page about it on their website. But I have a few of their research topics. I mean, they literally have thousands of research topics. I just kind of handpicked a few, a couple that were monumental, and it was actually very good research with really interesting conclusions. And then a couple of the research articles that they did that I'm gonna be very critical of them. And that's an opinion thing, I guess. I'm not any kind of expert on these matters, but before we get started, I want to welcome or introduce everybody to Ray. Ray is the new member of my family here. Charlie loves Ray, but Ray doesn't love Charlie quite just yet. But Ray's a super sweetheart. I don't know if it's a boy or girl yet. It's not super young. I mean, it's a growing kitten, you know. So in the meantime, Ray is going to be hanging out with me up here while I do all my reading today. So let's get started, shall we? Our history. Rand's story is a decades-long journey of invention, innovation, gatito, yes, and improving public policy on scales large and small. A report came out in May 1946 that turned science fiction into science. Across more than 200 pages of hand-drawn charts and mathematical equations, it showed how America could put a satellite into orbit. It would take more than a decade for Sputnik to prove that such an achievement was possible. But even in 1946, the reporter's authors had bigger ideas. An interesting outcome of the study, they wrote, is that the maximum acceleration and temperatures which can be kept within limits can be safely withstood by a human being. Interesting. The Weather Bureau will tell you what next Tuesday will be like, and the RAND Corporation will tell you what the 21st century will be like. That's a hell of a glaze. Oh yeah, man, he's a black cat, and I got my black shirt on today, so he's blending right in, man. You might just see his head poke up, you know. See, it's funny. I've never like had a cat before, so from what everyone's told me is they're very self-sustainable. There's not a lot of they're low maintenance, right? Like they can take care of themselves to a large degree, as long as you make sure they have like food, water, and a clean litter box. They're all good. So anyway, the report, Preliminary Design of an Experimental World Circling Spaceship, was the first issued by an organization known at the time as Project RAND. This was in 1946. In the decades that followed, researchers at RAND helped lay the foundation for the internet and produced some of the earliest advances in artificial intelligence. They helped American leaders navigate the Cold War and develop theories of deterrence that helped forestall the use of nuclear weapons. RAND research has helped protect the ozone layer, reimagined public housing, invented health insurance as we know it, and improved the care of tens of thousands of military veterans suffering from the invisible wounds of war. It is challenging to identify an important national policy issue during the past 50 years that RAND did not play a role in resolving. So they're getting a lot of glazing here. The U.S. Army Air Forces created Project RAND in 1946 under contract with Douglas Aircraft Company. Its purpose was to retain a civilian brainpower that had just helped win World War II. It brought together some of the nation's top mathematicians and engineers determined to develop the science of war. So did they become the military-industrial complex? Or at least, like, spearhead it in the beginning? See, like I said, well, I guess not like I said, but as I was skimming through this, I saw some stuff. But as I go into and like fully read everything, I see all the stuff that I didn't necessarily catch while I was skimming through. You know, when I skim through, I kind of just find like little keywords, stuff that I think would be interesting to cover, get like a brief synopsis around it, and then I just kind of save that page and then go back to it the next day. RAND split from Douglas in 1948 and became an independent non-profit, so tax exempt. Its approach stayed the same, strictly nonpartisan, rigorously analytic, and eager to tackle society's most pressing problems. RAND's articles of incorporation committed to further and promote scientific, educational, and charitable purposes for all the public welfare and security of the United States of America. This is an original contract for Project RAND. So this was the first contract between them and the Douglas Aircraft Company. It quickly became clear that the mission would require more computing power than was widely available at the time. Researchers were soon piecing together vacuum tubes and magnetic memory drums in the basement of RAND's new Santa Monica headquarters. The result was a room-sized machine affectionately known as Johnniac, one of the first modern computers in the United States. These guys were pioneers, for real, of technology. That's just what it sounds like. Researchers later added the world's first tablet, which could, among other things, look up hand-drawn Chinese characters. And this is in the 40s. So these guys were, like, seriously ahead of their time. But much of their early focus was on developing a computer that could think. They successfully programmed a computer to play chess, then tried to simulate ground combat. RAND experts created one of the first language processing programs in an attempt to translate Russian texts. When the first scholarly book on artificial intelligence came out in 1963, 6 of the 20 chapters had previously appeared as RAND research reports. So these guys were big. Building blocks of the internet. RAND researcher Paul Barron wanted to solve a much more basic problem: how to keep lines of communication open after a nuclear blast. His idea: break messages into pieces and send them into a network of connected points to find their own way through. If one part of the network were destroyed, the pieces would just bounce to the next open point and continue. A British researcher working on a similar idea called it packet switching. The Defense Department later put the researchers' concepts into action, developing a communications network that evolved into the modern internet. Barron was always modest about his contribution. He compared the internet to a grand edifice built by many hands over many years. New people come along and each lays down a block on top of the old foundations, each saying, "I built a cathedral." So this was Paul Baran. On distributed communications, illustration from on distributed communications. So this was like the building blocks onto what became like quick data transfer, essentially. The threat of a nuclear blast was by then very real. From the earliest days of the Cold War, RAND researchers have been thinking through how to manage a global standoff between two nuclear-armed superpowers. They pioneered ideas of crisis stability, which meant avoiding actions that could so alarm the other side that it might consider using nuclear weapons. They helped the Air Force ensure that its bombers would survive a surprise Soviet attack and could respond. They became a key plank in Cold War deterrence. It meant any attack would be met with an equally devastating counterattack. Yeah, MAD, right? Mutually assured destruction. RAND studies led to the first reconnaissance satellites and to advances in magnetic tape recording, which led to commercial videotapes. Researchers honed wargaming into an analytic tool, produced groundbreaking studies of life and leadership behind the Iron Curtain, and helped lay the foundation for strategic arms limitation treaties. They modeled water flows to show what a hydrogen bomb detonating off the U.S. East Coast would do. They later repurposed those models to help the Netherlands build the largest storm surge barrier of its kind in the world. So these guys were geniuses. A little odd company called RAND plays a big role in U.S. defense. Valuable batch of brains. Engineer Roger Johnson studies model a futuristic airplane which uses ring-shaped wing to give it increased range. Idea is still under test. Health, housing, and well-being. As RAND evolved, its focus on social issues expanded. U.S. leaders worried the Soviet Union could exploit poverty, inequality, and other injustices to destabilize countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. But what researchers saw overseas, they also saw at home. The result was a growing body of research that turned RAND's analytic lens on social conditions in America. One early report, for example, warned that 64% of black Americans in a survey thought nobody cared about them or their concerns. I mean, this is the 60s, right? Like, that makes sense. It was in the 60s. That totally makes sense. RAND's emerging research on social problems led to a unique partnership in 1969, the New York City RAND Institute. Researchers worked with the city to address a nursing shortage, analyze crime patterns, and clean up Jamaica Bay. Their study of lead poisoning among children in the city prompted a health department to step up its screening efforts. Researchers also enrolled thousands of families in what would become a decade-long study of housing programs. They found that giving low-income families cash vouchers for housing was less expensive and more effective than building housing projects. Okay. Their studies lay groundwork for the federal housing program now known as Section 8. RAND also launched what became the largest health policy study in U.S. history. It enrolled 2,750 families into experimental insurance plans. It found that copays and other cost-sharing arrangements could cut costs and reduce waste without affecting health or quality of care, but there were exceptions. Some care worsened for the sickest, poorest patients, leading RAND to recommend that cost-sharing could be minimal or non-existent for them. RAND's findings underlie many current health plans today. So they built essentially like the groundwork for today's health insurance systems. In 1970, RAND opened the RAND Graduate Institute, one of the original 8 graduate programs in public policy analysis. Known today as the RAND School of Public Policy. It remains the only school of its kind based at a public policy research institution. It now offers programs on policy analysis, national security policy, and technology policy, strengthening national and global security. With the Vietnam War coming to an end, the Pentagon asked RAND to study the potential consequences of moving to an all-volunteer force. Excuse me. Researchers concluded that recruit quality might suffer in the short term, but the military could offset that by increasing pay. It also would have fewer personnel needs after the war. The military used RAND's findings and recommendations to manage the transition to an all-volunteer force in 1973, yet after they were drafting people into Vietnam. Later, RAND studies prompted fundamental changes to military pay tables, which led to high retention rates even during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. In 2010, researchers found that opening the ranks to people who identify as lesbian, gay, or bisexual would not diminish readiness or unit cohesion. A few years later, I guess that's where the don't ask, don't tell thing came from. A few years later, RAND helped inform the military's decision to open all combat roles to women. In 2016, researchers found that the cost of integrating transgender troops would be overwhelmingly small. See, now we're getting into some... In 2016, what did we have going on in 2016? RAND also worked through the 1980s with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to study the ozone layer. See, now I'm just reading their history and it's already starting to make sense where they come from. Most scientists agreed that CFCs used in aerosol sprays and solvents were eating away at the ozone, but they couldn't prove it. RAND researchers reframed the question about probabilities, not certainties. Policymakers must act in the face of this uncertainty, they wrote. There it is, directly inserting themselves into public policy. And RAND's work is designed to help them act with the best information available. The U.S. Senate ratified a treaty banning CFCs in 1988. The vote was unanimous. Looking to the future. More recently, RAND research brought national attention to the invisible wounds of war. It showed that one of the 5 veterans of the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan came home with post-traumatic stress disorder or major depression. Almost as many may have experienced a TBI. RAND's findings led to major efforts to improve programs that address suicide, behavioral health care, and cognitive health. A later RAND report highlighted the tremendous contributions and tremendous needs of Americans' hidden heroes, the friends and family members caring for wounded or sick military personnel and veterans. RAND has also analyzed the scientific evidence for the effects of commonly proposed gun policies. Get fucked, RAND. Get fucked. The RAND Gun Policy in America initiative, has sought to provide a shared set of facts for the public policymakers on all sides of the issue. It prompted Congress to allocate tens of millions of dollars for more research. Researchers have also documented the enormous toll that dementia will take on the healthcare system in the coming years. I wonder how they can foresee that. Isn't that interesting? They've calculated that it will cost as much as $15 trillion to eliminate America's racial wealth gap. So, like, they're advocating for what? Reparations? This is like they're advocating for legit fucking communism here. So the government is going to spend $15 trillion in taxpayers' money to eliminate America's racial wealth gap. They've developed new methods to help policymakers plan for and adapt to uncertainties of climate change. Get fucked. And they've warned of a resurgent threat that RAND calls truth decay, the diminishing role of facts and analysis in American public life. Bet any lefties listening to this just fucking cream their pants. Today, RAND is again focused on the big questions of AI and other emerging technologies. It's confronting the challenges posed by Russia, China, and other adversaries. It's developing strategies to maintain long-term economic, demographic, and climate changes. It's still committed to tackling society's most pressing problems, like building a cathedral block by block. J.D. Williams, a mathematician from the Project RAND days who became one of RAND's most important early leaders, once tried to put into words what RAND meant. Its general contribution, he concluded in '62, was to create a background environment that would help the nation to leap forward when it was ready to leap. Leap forward into what? See, this is propaganda. That's just straight propaganda. My man said, "What's going to sound good when I say it?" That's it. How we're funded. RAND is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. To honor our commitment to transparency, we make RAND's financial statements and list of funders publicly available. Most RAND research is sponsored by U.S. federal government agencies, U.S. state and local governments, allied non-U.S. government agencies, governments, agencies, and ministries, and national or international organizations, colleges and universities, nonprofit organizations, and in some cases, RAND provides valuable strategic advice and operational recommendations to the private sector, particularly where it converges with the public sector. In addition, we rely on philanthropic support to reach beyond the scope of client-sponsored work to tackle questions that may be too big, too complex, or too new for our clients to address. Regardless of the sponsor, our research is free of commercial, partisan, or ideological bias. That's bullshit. Because climate change, eliminating America's racial wealth gap, truth decay, gun policy in America initiatives. Where was it? Integrating transgender troops in 2016. That wasn't a fucking thing until like 13 years ago, roughly. Funny enough, that's when education started like spiraling downhill. Since education spiraled downhill, this transgender stuff has gotten way more popular. Is correlation equal causation? No, but it is a funny coinky-dink. Now this is legitimate research, at least from the skims that I've done on this so far. This is a seriously legit, massive study that they did on health insurance back in the late 70s and early 80s. The conclusions that came from this were actually really interesting. Of course, they didn't touch on the negatives when I was going through the history of the company, but I will read through what they have to say about it, then download the PDF and lean back. Sorry, so I get this cat in my lap. There we go. I'm kicking back. I'm relaxing. What's up, Ray? What's going on, Ray? You doing all right? Hey, are you okay? You can relax, buddy. You can relax. It's okay. You're not as scared of me anymore. Oh, I know. I know. Charlie's a good boy. Charlie's a good boy. Okay. Key findings. In a large-scale multi-year experiment, participants who paid for a share of their health care used fewer health services than a comparison group given free care. Well, yeah, of course, because when you're given free health care, you're going to stub your toe and go to the hospital immediately. Maybe that could be an over-dramatization, but I mean, like, that's just how it is. If I know I'm not going to have to pay for something, it's free. This is the land of consumers. Healthcare is a consumable product. Cost share reduced the use of both highly effective and less effective services in roughly equal proportions. Cost sharing did not significantly affect the quality of care received by participants. Don't go chewing out my wire there, Ray. Hey. I'll get you a toy, okay? I'll get you a toy tomorrow. Don't go chewing up my cord. Cost sharing in general had no adverse effects on participant health, but there were exceptions. Free care led to improvements in hypertension, dental health, vision, and selected serious symptoms. These improvements were concentrated among the sickest and poorest patients. After decades of evolution and experiment, the U.S. healthcare system has yet to solve the fundamental challenge, delivering quality healthcare to all Americans at an affordable price. In the coming years, new solutions will be explored and older ideas revisited. One idea that has returned to prominence is cost sharing, which involves shifting a greater share of healthcare expense and responsibility onto consumers. Well, isn't that funny, considering that our tax dollars already mitigate the risk for these massive pharmaceutical companies, so they can maximize their profits, boost their stock value, and our government, with our patent system and the provisions that are within that, delay FDA approval on all of the competition's drugs, so they have market exclusivity. I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. This is true. It gives them market exclusivity and then does not tell them to offer these drugs at a reasonable price. In fact, it incentivizes these companies to charge more. All the while, through Medicare and Medicaid, the government creates supply. Or creates demand. And our tax dollars fund the riskiest elements of research and development. We don't even fucking know how many drugs fail. So we're creating the demand for them as well. After decades of evolution and experiment, the U.S. healthcare system has yet to solve a fundamental challenge, delivering quality healthcare to all Americans at an affordable price. Yeah, because they literally give these companies an opportunity to charge way too much and then let them profit to the tune of multiple billions of dollars. In the coming years, new solutions will be explored and older ideas revisited. One idea that has returned to prominence is cost sharing, which involves shifting greater share onto the consumers. Yes, and that's what they're pushing for. They're pushing for a socialized healthcare system. Because not only do the taxpayers need to pay for the drugs to get made, need to pay for our government to let them operate in a false market where the competition is legally restricted, but they also want to use taxpayers' dollars to purchase the fucking things. And they already are through Medicare and Medicaid. They just want more fucking tax money. That's it. That's what this is going to come down to. Recent public discussion of cost sharing has often cited a landmark RAND study, the Health Insurance Experiment. Although it was completed over 2 decades ago in 1982, the HIE remains the only long-term experimental study of cost sharing and its effect on service use, quality of care, and health. That shit's over 40 years old. What's up, Ray? You alright? The purpose of this research brief is to summarize the HIE's main findings and clarify its relevance for today's debate. Our goal is not to conclude that cost sharing is good or bad, but to illuminate its effects so that policymakers can use the information to make sound decisions. What fucking tricky language, man. It's kind of like the balls on these fucking people, dude. Our goal is not to conclude that cost sharing is good or bad, but to illuminate its effects so that policymakers can use this information to make sound decisions. Instead, this is the issue with the expert class. Instead of listening to their constituents, the RAND Corporation sure would recommend using their research to make your decisions. Isn't that fucking interesting? Learning from experiment, conducting the HIE. In the early 1970s, financing and the impact of cost sharing took center stage in the national healthcare debate. At the time, the debate focused on free universal health care and whether the benefits would justify the costs. To inform this debate, the interdisciplinary team of RAND researchers designed and carried out the HIE, one of the largest and most comprehensive social science experiments ever performed in the United States. The HIE posed three basic questions. How does cost sharing or membership to an HMO affect the use of health services compared to free care? How does cost sharing or membership to an HMO affect appropriateness of quality of care received? And what are the consequences for health? The HIE was a large-scale randomized experiment conducted between it was the early 70s and the early 80s, so it was over 10 years long. For the study, RAND recruited 2,750 families encompassing more than 7,700 individuals, all of whom were under the age of 65. They were chosen from 6 sites across the United States to provide a regional and urban-rural balance. Participants were randomly assigned to one of the 5 types of health insurance plans created specifically for the experiment, but there were 4 basic types of fee-for-service plans. One type offered free care, and the other 3 types involved varying levels of cost sharing, 25%, 50%, or 95% coinsurance, the percentage of medical charges the consumer must pay. The 5th type of health insurance was a non-profit HMO-style group cooperative. Those assigned to the HMO received their care free of charge. Sorry, buddy. For poor families in plans that involved cost sharing, the amount of cost sharing was income adjusted to one of the 3 levels, 5, 10, or 15% of income. Out-of-pocket spending was capped at these percentages of income at $1,000 annually, roughly $3,000 annually if adjusted from 1977 to 2005 levels, whichever was lower. The 95% coinsurance plan was, in the study, closely resembled the highly deductible catastrophic plans being discussed today. Families participated in the experiment for 3 to 5 years. The upper age limit for adults at the time of enrollment was 61, so that no participants would become eligible for Medicare before the experiment ended. To assess participant service use, costs, and quality of care, RAND served as the family's insurer and processed their claims. To assess participant health, RAND administered surveys at the beginning and the end of the experiment and conducted comprehensive physical exams. 60% of participants were randomly chosen to receive exams at the beginning of the study, and all received physicals at the end. The random use of physicals at the beginning was intended to control for possible health effects that might be stimulated by the physical exam alone, independent of further participation in the experiment. Effects on use of health services. The results showed that the cost sharing reduced the use of nearly all health services. Specifically, averaged across all levels of coinsurance, participants, including both adults and children with cost sharing, made 1 to 2 fewer physician visits annually and had 20% fewer hospitalizations than those with free care. Declines were similar for other types of services as well, including dental visits, prescriptions, and mental health treatment. Consumers in the HMO-style cooperative had 39% fewer hospital admissions than consumers with free care in the fee-for-service system, but they had similar use of outpatient services. Spending reductions under the HMO plan were comparable to the effects of a higher rate of coinsurance in the fee-for-free system. Participants in cost-sharing plans spent less on healthcare. This savings came from using fewer services rather than finding lower prices. Those with 25% coinsurance spent 20% less than participants with free care, and those with 95% coinsurance spent about 30% less. Reduced use of services resulted primarily from participants deciding not to initiate care. Once patients entered the healthcare system, cost sharing only modestly affected the intensity or cost of the episode care. So participants with cost sharing visited the doctor less frequently. See, but they didn't give like a sample, right? They didn't show who are these people that they're checking, what families were under what health conditions before allotting them into these different brackets in this experiment, and were admitted to hospitals less often. Participants with cost sharing spent less on healthcare services. Yeah, but that's a direct result of them not going to the hospital as much. And they don't include, were the people who were in the higher percentage brackets, were they healthier than the people in the lower? What were their health conditions prior to going into this? Effects on appropriateness of care and on quality of care. The analysis also examined the appropriateness of the services reduced by cost sharing and the technical quality of care received by participants. Did cost sharing deter participants from seeking appropriate care to a greater or lesser extent than it deterred ineffective care? To answer this question, analysts grouped specific questions into 7 categories according to the degree to which outpatient care and therapies were known to be effective in treating each condition. The categories ranged from conditions for which care is highly effective to conditions for which care is rarely effective. The analysis found that cost sharing reduced the use of effectiveness and less effective care across the board. For hospitalizations and prescription drug use, cost sharing likewise reduced more effective and less effective care in roughly equal amounts for all participants. The proportion of inappropriate hospitalizations was the same, 23% for cost sharing and free plan participants, as was the inappropriate use of antibiotics. So they were obviously getting shitty care if they're getting antibiotics inappropriately. Cost sharing reduced the use of medical services at levels of effectiveness. Again, there's no sample. It's not showing who they, like what people they were utilizing. Because see, my thing is, right, for fully transparent research, because it's well known that research is manipulated to achieve like a desired outcome in order to back funding efforts and public support for different causes, right? These people were war game strategists. You know who else were war game strategists? The CIA. You know what the CIA is pretty well known for? Manipulating wildly massive swaths of populations. So, I'm not even trying to sound like Alex Jones here. I'm just saying there's not enough information to make, as a reader, the information that is most vital here, which is who is being studied, what are their prior health conditions, was it a mix and match, like a genuine mix and match of different people, and they found these when it came to, because they're not talking about that. That's the thing. That's what sketches me out, right? The thing that sketches me out about this is they're not giving the information. They're not giving the information that here's my thing. These people are very smart. You can call me a tinfoil hat all you want. I don't care. If it was a genuine mix and match, they wouldn't have an issue showing the sample because all that would do would back up their data. These are smart people, right? They're not stupid. That's all I'm saying. Oh, damn it. Well, okay. I think I read this already, but I'll go over it again. My brain's kind of fried. I didn't sleep last night. In addition to measuring the appropriateness of care sought by patients, the experiment measured the quality of care delivered. Analysts constructed process measures of the quality of ambulatory and dental care by HIE participants. The process measures dealt with the appropriate use of visits and diagnostic tests by providers and the appropriate use of therapeutic inventions after participants sought care. Two striking findings emerged. First, cost sharing did not significantly affect the quality of care received by participants. Clinically meaningful differences between the free plan and the cost sharing plans appeared only for the process criteria dealing with the need for an office visit. 59% for free plan participants versus 52% for those under cost sharing. Second, the overall level of quality for process measures was surprisingly low for all participants. Criteria for quality were not met only 62% of the time. These results were discouraging at the time. What is more, recent RAND work found that healthcare quality may not have improved significantly in the interim. Results of a 2003 nationwide study showed that quality criteria were met only 55% of the time. Thus, despite tremendous technical progress that raises the potential value of care received, quality of care as proportion of the best possible care has not improved in the past 20 years. Well, yeah, because I mean, these pharmaceutical companies are out of control with the way they make money off of these taxpayer-funded medications. They don't care about us. The healthcare industry is for profit. They go to school for years specifically to make a lot of money. They study this shit for a long fucking time. That's what I'm trying to get at here. They're very smart. It may look as though they're fucking incompetent, but their profits and their stock values have continuously gone up for a long time. Effects on health. In general, the reduction in services induced by cost sharing had no adverse effect on participants' health. However, there were exceptions. The poorest and sickest 6% of the sample at the start of the experiment had better outcomes under the free plan for 4 of the 30 conditions measured. Specifically, free care improved the control of hypertension. The poorest patients in the free care group who entered the experiment with hypertension saw greater reductions in blood pressure than did their counterparts with cost sharing. The projected effect was about 10% reduction in mortality for those with hypertension. Free care marginally improved vision for the poorest patients. Free care also increased the likelihood among the poorest patients of receiving needed dental care. So, they're totally fine utilizing the samples of the people and bringing up the samples of the people that they use in these studies when it benefits the end goal of a free healthcare system. Free, right? It's never free. None of these free healthcare systems that are over in like Europe and other countries like that, none of that shit's free. They take it out of everyone else's ass. Serious symptoms were less prevalent for poorer people on the free plan. Cost sharing also had some beneficial effects. Participants in cost sharing plans worried less about their health and had fewer restricted activity days, including time spent in seeking medical care. Likewise, patient satisfaction, another outcome of interest, was generally high and did not vary at different levels of cost sharing among fee-for-service plans. While health outcomes at the HMO were no different than outcomes for those with free care, patient satisfaction was lower among participants initially assigned to the HMO. These participants were less satisfied with care overall than either those who had previously chosen to be in the HMO or those who remained in the fee-for-free service. So again, they're glazing the free care system. They were less satisfied. The people who were part of the HMO and the people who remained in the fee-for-service system, which is just the healthcare system, I mean, it's like a capitalist system, were less satisfied. That's what they say. And just to be very clear, why the fuck wouldn't they be? You get sick during this experiment, they get sick, they go in, they get treated, they leave, they don't pay a dime. That sounds like a fucking great. I'd be very happy with that, but that's not how it works in practice. Remember, this is a sample size of 7,700 people. This was not done with the hundreds of millions of people that are in this country. And this is an over 50-year-old sample. Finally, the experiment examined whether shouldering more of their own healthcare costs lead people to take better care of themselves. It did not. Risky behaviors were not affected. Rates of smoking and obesity, for instance, did not change. Well, I mean, we're a bunch of fat, self-destructive consumers, man. I mean, that's the American way, you know? Implications for today's healthcare reform discussion. Today's healthcare environment differs in fundamental ways from the one in which the HIE took place. The science of medicine has changed across all dimensions. Managed care has become more prominent and has a prescription drug use. Doctors emphasize preventative care to a greater extent and know more about providing it. Given these and many other systemic changes, it is impossible to know whether a similar experiment undertaken today would produce similar results. It wouldn't. And if they were to do it, they would need to do it with a vast swath of the population. And I'll be honest, I don't want to shell more money out to these folks. Especially after all this bullshit. Fuck them. It is possible to take two contrasting perspectives on the HIE's relevance to today's health care debate. On the one hand, the study raises the possibility that cost sharing can be adapted to help achieve fundamental goals, containing costs and reducing waste without damaging health or quality of care. Would pairing some form of cost sharing and managed care allow us to exploit cost sharing benefits, reduce costs and unnecessary care, small overall health effects while avoiding its negatives, reduction in needed care, some health effects for poorer and sicker patients? The study suggested that cost sharing should be minimal or non existent for the poor, especially those with chronic disease. Social health care. They keep going back to it. And remember, this is right after the fucking what was it, Greater Nations programs? Great Nations programs? Hold on. I gotta take the kitty to the litter box real quick. Hold on, kitty. You come here. I'm gonna take the litter box real quick. Make sure you can go. Okay. I know. We got some food in your stomach. Did you go potty? Okay. Oh shit. I forgot the light bulbs out in there. I gotta use my fucking phone light. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Hey. Whoa. Ray, I need you to go potty. Let's go pee pee poo poo. Charlie's getting jealous, guys. I know, buddy. You're just gonna have to deal, okay? This isn't the first time. What? 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 You okay? What's going on, Red? Alright. On the other hand, the HIE showed that cost sharing can be a blunt tool. It reduced both needed and unneeded health services. Indeed, subsequent RAND work on appropriateness of care found that economic incentives by themselves do not improve appropriateness of care or lead to clinically sensible reductions in service use. In addition, cost sharing may not address the principal causes of cost growth. Cost sharing cuts expenditures by reducing visits, but has little effect on the cost of treatment once care is sought. If, as is widely believed, cost increases are driven by treatment expense and new technologies, cost sharing can contribute the reducing costs at each point in time, but may have little effect on the overall rate of cost growth. Testing the effects of cost sharing in today's environment and determining its usefulness as a tool for health system reform would require another large-scale demonstration. To our knowledge, no such demonstration has been conducted since the HIE. Well, yeah, no shit. And if you're gonna need something larger than a fucking sample size of 7,700 people. I mean, that's ridiculous. 7,700 people with just the varying health concerns in the country right now is not going to cover a big enough swath of the population to make any accurate findings. And if you're not going to produce your sample and the details of the sample, maybe not their names, but at least like prior medical history and things like that, without a name attached or anything, like without identifying the person themselves, just like their medical history and what aspects of this experiment they were used in. That's the thing that sketches me out, right? Because they could literally manipulate the data in any way that they possibly wanted to by picking and choosing who goes where. If it was generally spread out and you had multiple people with varying like medical histories in all aspects of this, because they don't say that. They don't even mention that aspect of it. Testing the effects of cost sharing in today's environment and determining its usefulness as a tool for health system reform would require another large-scale demonstration. To our knowledge, no such demonstration has been conducted since the HIE. However, important non-experimental work has been done in the interim using the HIE's findings on the effect of cost sharing in more targeted insurance plans. A recent series of RAND studies shows that cutting prescription co-payments for patients who needed cholesterol-lowering drugs the most could improve their health and save more than $1 billion annually in medical costs by increasing adherence and reducing the chance of hospitalization. For how many people in a year? In this instance, reduced cost sharing led to greater savings and improved health. As health reform re-enters the national policy dialogue, RAND Health is once again providing a framework and objective analysis to inform the evaluation of options. The comprehensive assessment of reform efforts initiative is developing a multidimensional framework within which a variety of proposed solutions to the problems in the U.S. healthcare system can be evaluated. RAND Health will use a variety of analytical tools, including microsimulation, to explore the expected performance of the healthcare system over the next 2 decades in the absence of significant policy change, i.e. establish a base case. Proposals for changes will be evaluated in comparison to the base case. This work continues the role that RAND Health began with the HIE by providing the facts and analysis necessary for informing health policy. But not all of them. They did provide facts and analysis, but they didn't go into detail about the samples. That is fucking huge, dude. That's a very large part of this experiment. Fuck, it's about to start raining. I really hope my stream don't crash. I'm gonna be upset. Nowhere does it offer any information on the sample, any kind of breakdown. I mean, like, I don't feel like I'm too off base with that. Like, there might be a little bit of a tinfoil hat to that, but, you know, like, the way I look at it is the results of your experiments are a direct correlation of the people that are taking part in it. That's just where my mind goes with that, right? The U.S. housing crisis explained what Americans need to know. Ouch. Fucking ripping out my hair. I only got a little bit left, man. Okay. This is, this goes into like, no, it wasn't HUD housing, Section 8, that's what it was. Housing is front and center in both the major parties' campaigns for the White House. Voters, particularly young voters, consistently rank concerns around housing as one of the leading issues that will determine who they vote for in November. A recent poll found that neither party has clear edge on the issue. We asked 2 RAND experts to bring us up to speed the housing issues and discuss the policies and proposals that might ease the historically tight housing market for buyers and renters alike. Economist Jason Ward is a co-director of the RAND Center on Housing and Homelessness and a professor of policy analysis at Pardee RAND Graduate School. He used applied microeconomics to study housing and homelessness policy. Behavioral scientist Sarah Hunter is director of the RAND Center on Housing and Homelessness as well as the professor at the Pardee RAND Graduate School. Her primary area of research is how to improve delivery of services for vulnerable populations, including for substance abuse and mental health. She's been involved with multiple studies on homeless populations in recent years, including veterans and foster youth. Can you give a sense of just how bad the market has been recently for home sales? Jason Ward. The market for buyers remains really tough because the combination of high prices and high interest rates. For example, consider a $400,000 house. So not in California or many other high-cost areas. If you made a 20% down payment and got a 3.5% interest rate, which was available as recently as perhaps late 2021, you'd have a monthly payment principal of interest around $1,440. At an average rate today of about 6.5%, that same home would cost roughly $2,020 per month, or about 40% higher. That math simply puts homeownership out of reach for a lot of people, depressing demand. This might lower prices if sellers had to meet buyers at prices where a transaction can occur, but many sellers have low interest rate locked in, so they've chosen to stay put, reducing the supply of homes for sale. Because of this dynamic, price growth has only moderated in most markets rather than prices actually coming down. Yeah, they're going to come down soon enough. I was just seeing a thing where there's 500,000 more houses on the market than there are buyers on the market. And with the very like elementary knowledge I have of the real estate industry, prices are going to come down or it'll be a buyer's market forever. And a real estate agent's worst enemy is a buyer's market. For renters, things have gotten less bad. The rate of increase in rents has flattened in most local markets and has even declined slightly in some areas. This is in part because the rent growth was so high over mid-2021 through mid-2023 that there was perhaps nowhere to go but down in terms of the rate of increase. But it also appears to be the case that a relatively large supply of new apartment construction coming online has moderated rent growth, providing some critical release to cost-burdened renters. Not in Birmingham, let me tell you. They're building a whole bunch of apartment buildings and rent is going up. That said, a record number of renters are experiencing housing cost burden, defined as spending more than 30% of gross income on housing costs. Yes. My cost of living before gas, groceries, nicotine, and all that is roughly about $1,600 a month. I forgot to put my headset on. What are the current federal and state initiatives aimed at increasing the supply of affordable housing? At the federal level, there are relatively few levers that can be pulled to facilitate housing production. The largest one, at roughly $13.5 billion per year, is the federal low-income housing tax credit. The low-income housing tax credit is the predominant source of funding for the production of privately developed, income-restricted, subsidized housing across the country. Aside from that, there are some other much smaller funding programs, but mostly the federal government is quite constrained in terms of influencing housing production. Because they should be. What the federal government should be doing is keeping people from becoming slumlords, not becoming the slumlords. That makes no fucking sense. Land use and zoning regulations are virtually always made by local governments. See, that's the paradox of a free market. In order to maintain a truly free market, there has to be some form of government intervention, at least somewhere along the line. People may disagree with that. You can disagree all you want, but the fact of the matter is this. If any one entity gets too much control over a market in any given area, there will be restriction of the market by that person who monopolizes the market. You can't get around that. So there has to be some element of government regulation to mitigate that. But the government becoming the people with, like, offering the housing and everything, is not going to lead in a good direction. It's not. Land use and zoning regulations are virtually always made by local governments. In general, over the last 30 years or so, these rules have evolved towards increasing restrictiveness in terms of land where multifamily housing is allowed, the density of such buildings required for energy efficiency, aesthetics, and parking. All these factors drive up costs, of course. What measures are being taken to address homelessness at both the local and national levels? This is from Sarah Hunter. This year, the Biden-Harris administration awarded the largest amount of annual federal funding to date to address homelessness, $3.6 billion, and it's still going up. This money goes to over 7,000 projects across the country that provide housing assistance and or supportive services to people experiencing homelessness, as well as costs related to data collection and planning. The dollars are allocated through the Continuum of Care programs, which support states, Indian tribes, or tribal designed housing entities, local governments, and nonprofit providers to rehouse individuals, families, persons fleeing from domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking, to promote access to and utilization of mainstream programs and services, and to optimize self-sufficiency. There's also $136 million set aside for funding the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program, which is designed to prevent and end youth homelessness, including unaccompanied pregnant or parenting youth. In addition to federal dollars, many states and local governments have also allocated specific funds to address homelessness. For example, in Los Angeles County, a 1/4 cent sales tax measure was passed in 2017 that results in approximately $355 million a year for 10 years in homelessness prevention services and supportive services for the homeless. That was passed in 2017, and their homeless problem has done nothing but get worse and worse and worse year over year. This measure was coupled with a City of Los Angeles proposition, HHH, a voter-approved $1.2 billion bond measure to help build supportive housing. What'd they do? Give them tents? The fuck? Surely homelessness is not a full-blown crisis everywhere, right? The greater Houston region is upheld as a model of how to address homelessness. The region reduced homelessness by over 63% in 10 years by better coordinating across agencies. It also invested in a housing first approach, which provides permanent supportive housing to people experiencing homelessness without requiring people to be sober, take medications for their mental health, or to meet other criteria to qualify. That is fucking ridiculous. How many people overdose in those houses? But it is important to note that Houston also has one of the most permissive land use zoning regimes of any major metro area in the country, which has led it to having a relatively low cost of housing. This has allowed important resources aimed at addressing homelessness, such as housing vouchers and other types of rental support programs, to go much further and serve many more people effectively. Other places have never really had a huge problem with homelessness, despite having many problems that are often thought to be related, such as substance addiction. For example, West Virginia, which has the highest rate of drug overdose deaths in the nation, had a rate of homelessness in 2023 that was around 7 per 10,000 residents. By contrast, Los Angeles County's rate of homelessness was roughly 10 times that. Yeah, Los Angeles is fucking ridiculous. The key difference is housing costs. Home prices in West Virginia are roughly 30% below the national averages. Home prices in California are roughly 90% above the national average. Of course, because it's a blue state, right? Like, they don't give a fuck about the people living there. Are you kidding me? Returning to the issue of low-income housing, whatever the last two of those were, I forget. How effective have policies like the LIHTC been in addressing the affordable housing crisis? Since its inception in '86, the program has provided funding for the production of around 3.5 million units of affordable housing, or around 100,000 per year. This makes it an incredibly important program, particularly since it has filled the gap left by the widespread move away from the local governments directly producing public housing. See, so here's my thing, right? I don't mind stuff like this. I really don't, because this is making sure that kids have shelter over their heads. Totally fucking good with that. My question is, are these people going to work and paying back into the system that gave them a home, right? Like, to me, that's one of the most important factors of this. There has to be some reciprocity on these, like, from these systems, right? There has to be. Otherwise, more and more and more and more and more people will make use of these programs without paying back in, putting the burden on the taxpayers who are working, who are paying their own way. There has to be some form of reciprocity here. However, in the states where affordable units are most critically low, like California, the cost of producing housing through the LIHTC program have risen dramatically. That is in part because of a raft of regulations around minimum unit sizes, architectural and energy efficiency requirements, and restrictive labor standards. Also, California put in an EV mandate to do their very best to kill all gas production, which is how logistics moves in this country. In California, studio and one-bedroom apartments using LIHTC funds can cost $1 million per unit. Get fucked. Get fucked. That means developers need 5 or 6 additional sources of funding, for example, state-run tax-exempt bond programs, to make a project financially viable. Some developers using this program lament the inability to produce small, simple, affordable apartments for families in need, and is being done by some affordable housing developers who eschew this and similar programs. Such firms are producing affordable units for reported costs of under $300,000 per unit for studios and one-bedroom apartments. How are current housing policies addressing issues like rising property prices and the housing market speculation? There's an increasing focus on legislation aimed at corporate involvement in the rental housing market because large firms have acquired properties en masse and taken questionable legal actions to thwart laws aimed at limiting rent increases. Additionally, lawmakers are taking aim at algorithmic tools aimed at maximizing rental income. However, a considerable body of evidence suggests that the root cause of upward pressure on rents is scarcity driven by barriers to housing production, and that new housing production directly reduces rental prices. So they're causing the problem themselves. These kinds of legislative attempts to limit certain business practices do not address this fundamental mismatch between the demand for affordable housing and decades of supply limitations. What role do zoning laws and land use regulations play in shaping the housing market, and are there any proposed reforms? It's difficult to overstate the local zoning and land use regulations have been played. It's difficult to overstate the role local zoning and land use regulations have played in creating the affordability crisis in most urban areas of the United States. Decades of limitations have had substantial negative effects on the level of housing production and the cost of housing produced. That includes downzoning, dramatically increasing local discretion over project approvals, substantial growth of historic zones and other overlays that make redeveloping land more difficult, and building codes that add considerable complexity to projects. Oh, those poor fucking... As lawmakers have realized the housing supply problems such restrictions create, some local governments have begun to reverse course, sometimes voluntarily, sometimes due to the state requirements or threats of legal action. What are the arguments for and against rent control policies? That's sketchy business there, bro. And how are they being implemented across different states? Rent control policies have been around in the United States for at least 100 years. Proponents argue that these laws are critical to prevent vulnerable households from excessive rent increases, though it's not doing shit here, buddy, allowing them to remain stably housed. Critics argue that these laws do not address the root cause of higher rents and provide substantial disincentives to landlords to maintain buildings and, depending on how such policies are applied, may also disincentivize new rental housing production. New York City has the nation's strictest rent stabilization law. Doesn't do shit for them. New York City is fucking expensive. The city publishes annual allowable rent increases on affected apartments, which are subject to vociferous debate. Landlords also face strict limits on the amount of repairs and maintenance costs they can pass on, and they cannot reset rents to market levels between tenants, along with many other limitations. California has a statewide rent stabilization law that limits rent increases to the inflation rate plus 5% or a maximum of 10%. However, landlords may reset rents between tenants, known as vacancy decontrol. Recent research has shown that proponents' claims that rent regulation keeps existing renters stably housed has some merit, but that this comes at a cost of reducing the overall stock of rental housing because landlords opt to convert rental housing to owner-occupied housing. One notable effect of rent control is that it creates a gap in rental prices between new and existing tenants. In recent RAND research, we documented that this gap was greater than $1,000 per month in 2021 in New York City and Los Angeles. These cities also had very low rates of annual residential mobility compared to other major cities without rent stabilization policies, limiting the kind of moves up the chain of neighborhood opportunity that have been shown to result from the new housing production. See, get the fuck out of the city. If you have a car, get the fuck out of the city. I promise you. I'm in the city. I pay way too much. If I didn't pay as much as I pay in the city, I would live outside of the city. I can go a half hour northeast from Birmingham and cut my rent by like a third. I just don't have the money for all the initial stuff. Policymakers have tended to increase the stringency of rent control in the recent years, even as landlords say that's forcing them to sell off their properties, often to larger corporate landlords. That's bad. That's what happened with this building that I live in. And as evidence mounts that such policies lead to declining financial feasibility for affected properties. These policies likely protect the most vulnerable renters from abuses, but the longer-term effects they may have on the housing affordability and the financial viability of smaller landlords is still an open question. How are public housing programs and Section 8 housing vouchers being managed and funded, and how should they be rethought, retooled? The Housing Choice Voucher Program, often referred to as Section 8, is the nation's most critical demand-side housing program. It supports the tenancy of around 5 million low-income renters in 2.2 million households. Yet this program faces major challenges. Where am I at? Okay. One problem is rising rents, which directly reduces the number of households served. Other issues include discrimination against voucher holders by landlords, despite laws forbidding that in many jurisdictions. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development has recently proposed the study of efficacy of simply providing cash assistance to families rather than vouchers, which potentially reduce this risk of discrimination. However, such a change would require major action by lawmakers. Just give them tax money. Always remember, the tax money that would go to the people that genuinely do need things like this always goes through government bloat first. It has to pay the government off, then they can help these people. They're pushing for socialized housing. It's also important to note that the HCV program, more socialized housing, mind you. It's also important to note that the HCV program only supports about 1 in 4 individuals and or families that are eligible. Unlike other federal entitlement programs like the SNAP, Medicaid, that are available to anyone who meets eligibility criteria, there's not nearly enough funding to provide. Yeah, they want more tax money. That's where he's getting at. Public housing programs also have a substantial financial challenges related to aging, often poorly maintained buildings, and few available funds to meet these needs. HUD has programs that aim to support rehabilitation and transition of public housing into privately managed housing, usually by nonprofit areas, through its Rental Assistant Demonstration Program. This program had not been widely used, but uptake by local housing authorities appears to be increasing rapidly. Advocates and activists are increasingly focused on examples of so-called social housing in Europe as a path towards revitalizing the public housing sector, but the feasibility of these models in the United States is unclear. Unlike other federal entitlement programs, there's not nearly enough funding to provide vouchers to every individual and family who qualifies for a housing choice voucher. How are current policies promoting homeownership, especially among first-time buyers or marginalized communities? The Harris campaign recently announced a proposal to support down payments for first-time home buyers that may provide a modest boost to accessing homeownership in lower-cost areas. And who's going to pay for it? Everybody else. Likely a shitload of people who don't have a house. However, similar programs in high-cost states like California have not fared well. 2022 program spent $300 million to assist around 2,500 Californians with a home down payment. It's the high cost that is the major barrier to buying a house, and critics suggest that, if anything, these kind of programs may modestly exacerbate housing price growth. Yes, because that's the issue with corporate and government interests aligning. That's the problem. Anything having to do with government, these corporations, yeah, there's probably some form of bid program, but they understand they're going to be making a shitload more money off of government contracts than they are off of like just renting directly to the renter. What impact has the rise in housing prices had on homeownership trends, and how are these policymakers responding? Evidence indicates a strong negative link between housing prices and homeownership rates. Homeownership rates in California have declined meaningfully in the past 20 years and are now the second lowest in the nation after New York, which has historically had a much higher share of renters. To date, most policy responses have been centered around demand subsidies like down payment assistance. Fewer policymakers have responded with proposals for robust supply-side housing reforms. However, there's a recent movement on these types of reforms at both the state level and in policy discussions at the national level. So again, it seems like, funny enough, all of their research here at the RAND Corporation points in the direction of give the government more tax money. Sorry about that, Ray. I didn't mean to wake you up. I know you were sleeping. I'm sorry. I just couldn't lay back anymore. But isn't that interesting? How every bit of their research seems to consistently point in the same fucking direction with every report that they do. More tax money, 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 more tax money. We need more funding for these programs. Look, I'm a relatively moderate guy. I don't have an issue with some tax money going to help the poor and downtrodden. And this may be a fucking cold view, right? People may not like my take on this. I'm sorry. People are going to slip through the cracks. it is what it is. Why has a decade of work on school reform produced so little? New programs, curricula. Oh, sorry. This is Reinventing Public Education. This came out about 6 years before the No Child Left Behind Act was put through, which all that did was lower the standards. And of course, immediately, about 3 years after that, there was a steady decline up until 2012 when Obama got elected into his second term. And it has been nothing but decline since then. Not saying correlation equals causation. It just is what it is. Why has a decade of work in school reform produced so little? New programs, curricula, accountability schemes, site-based management, and more money all appear to have little effect. If they would take this right here and apply that to the rest of the government, they'd solve a lot more issues. When you throw more money at the government, less gets done. Because I'm sure I'm not alone when I say the government sure knows how to spend our tax dollars. Every fucking bit of them. Why is this so? School governance is at least part of the answer. The very term is enough to make the eyes glaze over. It conjures up images of school boards meeting until midnight to decide whether to reroute a school bus, of administrators intent on measuring to the minute how long the school day should be, of bean counters tracking every dollar to its source, and of officials dedicating to upholding the letter of the law, whatever its spirit. As the adage holds, the devil's in the details. The details of government, how public officials supervise a school, how much discretion teachers and principals have. Oh, I'm sorry. And how decisions are made about curriculum, teaching methods, student attendance, graduation requirements, hiring, and quality control determine whether schools can change and improve. Unless new and better governance arrangements can be developed, a decade-long effort to reform American public education is doomed to failure. Well, you didn't do very good. Two theses are central to this report. First, the seed of today's disappointments were sown when the education reformers of the 19th century defined a public school as an institution financed, owned, and managed by a local agency of government. Second, public management of education has created a governance system divorced from public needs and a democratic change, a system incapable of renewing itself. I mean, that goes right back to, that second one goes right back to, like, during the COVID days, when there were school boards that were having people arrested for calling them out on heinous shit that was going on in the schools. American public schools have become government institutions, not community enterprises dedicated to the raising of children. They are buffeted by decisions made in the political arena, distracted from their instructional and nurturing missions by conflicts among adults, and hamstrung by regulations enacted in efforts to improve them. Schools may or may not need more money, better curricula, and better buildings. What is clear is that they now fail to make use of the funds, equipment, and human talents already available to them. Americans know what an effective school is, but we are unable to create them in great numbers. In surveys and focus groups across the country, people say that they want schools in which teachers will know their material and present it well. Each child is led to learn and accomplish as much as he or she can. Students who fall behind or encounter problems get help. The school will not give up on a student. Children understand the children understand the importance of what they are taught. Parents know what their children are experiencing in schools and why, and know that the staff considers parents to be partners, not adversaries. Well, that's gone. Adults in the school form personal relationships with children and assume responsibility for how well every child learns. Adults set good examples of fairness, honesty, and generosity. I mean, life's not fair, so that's not necessarily a good one, but honesty and generosity can be good, right? But life's not fair. You're not gonna get what you think you deserve. Fairness fairness often is perceived in the way that we think it should be and not what it actually is. Regrettably, the system of rules, supervision, and accountability by which we govern public education makes it difficult for schools to develop and sustain these characteristics. There are public schools with these qualities, but they almost always exist outside of mainstream and are. Yeah, Fervor. Yeah. This is for RAND Corps. Sorry, man. I wasn't paying attention to chat. What's going on, man? Thanks for stopping in. Yeah. We're reading up on the RAND Corps. So what I have here is 7 just different articles straight from their page. And this Nation's report card. This is there we go. So this study takes place in 95. I want to say it's like right here. And after that, there was a steady incline. That incline got a little more dramatic about 3 years after, well, at least in mathematics, about 3 years after the No Child Left Behind Act. And then once you hit 2012, it did nothing but decline. And since 2020, I mean, it's just taken these drastic downturns. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, we're reading over their influence on public education right now. But adults in the school form. Oh yeah, I already read that. Supervision, accountability in which we govern. Public education makes it difficult for schools to develop and sustain these characteristics. There are public schools with these qualities, but they almost always exist outside of the mainstream and are tolerated as rare and deviant cases, not as models to be encouraged or emulated. The goal of governance reform is to build a system in which such schools are commonplace, not rare. To date, all the efforts to reform governance of public education have been piecemeal. Voucher plans define how parents obtain the financial resources to demand better public schools, but not how public or private agencies will provide better schools. That makes sense. Charter schools reduce the burden of regulation on a few schools, but leave the vast majority under the existing governance system. Site-based management changes decision-making at the school level, but does nothing to change the mission and powers of the central office, and little to minimize federal and state regulations, categorical program requirements, and union contract prohibitions. School board reformers urge an end to micromanagement, but they do not relieve board members of the need to resolve complaints and conflicts by making new policies that constrain all schools. Systemic reforms try to align the different parts of public education via mandated goals, tests, curriculum frameworks, and teacher certification methods, but do nothing to eliminate the political and contractual constraints that created fragmented, unresponsive schools. None of these proposals offers a complete alternative to the existing governance system. They leave intact the core of the existing system, the commitment of governing public schools via politically negotiated rules that apply to all schools. Because most of the reforms now openly discussed in public forums can be gradually eroded by the creation of new rules, they are more likely to be transformed by the existing education government system than to transform it. So I could be off base here, but what I'm getting from this is they want more power to go to something like the Department of Education. And that's immediately going to be followed with something by funding. I don't know if they'll say that necessarily in this report, but that's the vibe I'm getting from it. It just tracks with everything else we've read, right? So health insurance experiment, just a total glazing of a free healthcare system. This is the homelessness epidemic. This pushes for more funding to go to HUD and Section 8 so they can start housing people without any kind of mention of any system of damn it, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, I didn't sleep last night, so my brain's kind of fucking fried right now. Recompense. Damn it, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, I can't think of it. What's going on? Reciprocity. That's it. So it doesn't even mention any kind of broad ideal of like a reciprocity aspect to any of these free housing things. It's just dump more taxpayers' dollars into it. Hey guys, dump more taxpayers' dollars into it. Y'all, dump more taxpayers' dollars into it. What do I think they want to implement it for? I mean, look, I'm relatively pragmatic. I think they just want, like, this research is solely to fund the government more. Genuinely. That's what they want. They want to pass laws so they can get more taxpayers' dollars. So they can do more shit. That's just, that's where that's where I see all of this going, right? Like these different forms of social programs is essentially what they've advocated for in these two articles specifically. Yes, yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, like you tax the lower classes, and you write contracts for the billionaire corporations, which are, like, by and large, blank checks, right? Like these people chatter in the hundreds of millions like it's fucking nothing. And they work alongside them. They're buddy with them. I mean, bro, like, we got people in Congress whose net worths are anywhere from like 200 to 400 million fucking dollars. Majority of that being stock holdings. Give me a break, dude. Those are the regulators. It's just funny how that works, right? Like, but absolutely, I mean, I completely agree, Ferber. Like, completely agree. Did I read this one? I think I did, didn't I? Oh yeah, without a doubt. Well, because if they get a point to where, if they get to a point where the middle class is completely broken and like almost non-existent, that, like, the degree to which they tax the people who are poor are going to keep them in that class. What's that? See, there's a heart over this, and I can't. I haven't read the goal of the report. Oh, yeah. The goal of this report is to formulate a true alternative to the current form of governance for public education. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's based on the studies of local educational reform efforts and of governance in other large decentralized service organizations. The report concludes that there is a real alternative. Unlike the current system in which schools are both funded and operated by government agency, the alternative allows schools to be operated by a variety of public and private organizations. Based on school-specific contracts that would define each school's mission, guaranteed public funding. I mean, they say it right there, bro. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. And establish standards and procedures for accountability that guarantee public funding. Giving completely, I mean, these are public and private organizations that are going to operate these things. The guarantee of public funding. So what happens if a school, which is what's been happening over the past fucking 13 years, what happens when a school does a shit job at training or at teaching its kids? They're still going to get fucking money. It's fucking, dude, that's what I'm like, that's the biggest thing since, because I just started this channel like last week, maybe even less than a week ago. You know, I think it was on the 30th. So it was like a week ago, right? And all the shit that I've read through, it is just out in the open, dude. And I'm talking like, you should see the stuff on some of these government websites, bro. Like, seriously, man. Like, if you want a fucked up read, here, I'll look this up for you. You want a fucked up read? Like, this one was such, like, this shit blew my mind and pissed me off so much. All right, Congressional, caps, Budget Office, Research and Development. Dude, research and development in the pharmaceutical industry. Okay, this is where our taxpayers' dollars go to. You can read through the whole thing. Like, get the link, whatever, but this is all you have to type in. This is a government website, okay? Dude, they go into detail about how the government, right here, this is it. This is it. So, research and development is where the NIH designates taxpayers' dollars to go to, and it goes not 100% into the pharmaceutical companies' pockets, but it funds all of the research that goes into them developing these drugs, right? And then the issue with Bishal Gyalwali is a doctor that worked for Fasco. What he said is the taxpayers' dollars are used in the riskiest parts of these, right? And often, this is a direct quote, often industry investment does not come, like investment from these pharmaceutical companies themselves is not put in until all of the risk is mitigated. But like, look at this shit, bro. The federal government affects R&D decisions in 3 ways. First, it increases demand because it fully or partially subsidizes the purchase of the prescription drugs through a variety of federal programs like Medicare and Medicaid. So these drug companies develop these drugs. Medicare and Medicaid gives them a massive customer right off the bat. Easy, okay? This is the sick one. They increase the supply because this is the R&D spending. We fund the basic biomedical research that provides a scientific foundation for the development of new drugs by private industry. Additionally, tax credits, both available to all types of companies and those available to drug companies for developing treatments of uncommon diseases, provide incentives to invest in R&D, right? Check this shit out. The deductions for R&D investment can be used to reduce tax liabilities immediately rather than over the life of that investment. Here's my question for that one, and then I'm gonna get into the craziest. This last bit right here is so fucking wild, dude. I want to know if they can write off the expenditures that they make with taxpayers' dollars to give them the tax breaks at the end of the year. Because what that's going to do is it's going to boost their stock or boost their profits, boost their stock value, and then that goes right into the hands of these Congress people who are regulating all this bullshit. But listen to this, bro. Finally, now, Congressional Budget Office website, mind you, okay? This shit's fucking crazy. Finally, the patent system and certain statutory provisions that delay FDA approval of generic drugs provide pharmaceutical companies with a period of market exclusivity. They own the fucking market on the drug once they get their own FDA approval. No other competition can get because our own patent system and statutory provisions delay the FDA approval of the generics, which legally restricts the competition. So during that time, they can maintain higher prices on patented products or on a patented product than they otherwise could, which makes new drugs more profitable and thereby increases drug companies' incentives to invest in R&D. Oh yeah, Joseph. Sorry, I'm actually right now. I'm going over just an old government video or a government website that I went over in one of my old videos. This is the craziest fucking one though, bro. Like, these motherfuckers pay for the supply with our tax dollars. Then through Medicare and Medicaid, which is our tax dollars, they make the demand. So the federal government is making the supply, maybe not 100% making the supply, but according to Bishal Galwali, he's a MD, PhD that works for FASCO, they mitigate their risk with the tax dollars, and once they can see that it's a safe investment, then the industry investments start to come in from these massive companies, right? And that, my question is, does that shit go on revenue reports? Anyway, but they create the supply, they create the demand, and then they give these companies market exclusivity for a period of time where we've restricted the competition with the patent system and the statutory provisions by delaying the FDA approval. Like, this is not a sensational headline thing. It just fucking says it here, dude. And they allot them the ability to jack the prices up on these drugs. And the thing that blows my mind is, yeah, 100%. 100%. Like, that's the thing, right? Before I read this, I was against any kind of universal healthcare system. Now that I know we're already fucking paying for it, we need universal fucking healthcare. Don't touch any more tax money for that. Well, yeah, dude, I mean, like, you know, look at Rick Scott, look at Nancy Pelosi, look at Chuck Schumer. Yeah, no, 100%, they shouldn't be. And the thing is, with all their risk mitigated, where like the highest rate of failure when it comes to the R&D is all paid for by the tax dollars, that's not coming out of their pockets. So the money that they're shelling out are safe investments. Right, exactly. More too big to fail nonsense. Exactly. So, anyway, sorry. I'm going over the RAND Corporation today. And this is just more. I mean, literally like the health insurance experiment. So the big thing with this one was during this, like, it's kind of a long read, right? I read the whole thing earlier, but during this, not once do they even like. They never mention the samples for a lot of these studies that they did. And the issue with not mentioning the samples on them, at least to me, right? Like, this is an opinion, but the samples, like, the way that these studies turn out, if you were to alter the samples in any way, it would manipulate the data. Because it goes into, like, how many people, here, let me find these graphs. Okay, so participants with cost sharing visited the doctor less frequently. So, like, these are all the different levels of the coinsurance that they were talking about. So, with this, if you have the sickest people at 0, and you put the sickest people on the 0 program, you're guaranteed they're going to be going to the doctor more. But if you put the healthiest people on the 95% coinsurance, they're going to go to the doctor less. And they make like a variety of these wild claims with a sample size. Where is it? 7,700 individuals. For the study, RAND recruited 2,750 families, encompassing more than 7,700 individuals, all of whom were under the age of 65. But nowhere in this, and you can look this up yourself, it's on their website, the Health Insurance Experiment, RAND, Pubs, Research Briefs, RB9174.html. Okay? You go on here and look at yourself. They don't expound on the fucking samples, the people that they're using for these. And that's like, to me, right? Sample size sets the margin and the accuracy of the results of any study. Exactly. That's what I'm saying though, right? So if they wanted to tout themselves as this objective research organization that's like directly tied in with our government. See, I haven't even gotten into the critical articles of these guys yet, bro. I've just been going over the shit that's on their website. I got 5 fat articles. I don't know if I'm going to read this one from The Atlantic. It is from 1963, but like these motherfuckers have had their hands in our shit for about 60 years now. This is the big bazooka though. This is written by a guy that fucking worked there. This is there's like, so when I skim through these articles, because I haven't like fully read through any of these yet. When I skim through these articles, ooh, watch out, Red. Watch out. You all right? You all right? Just make sure you're okay. You're about to fall. When I skim through these articles, I just kind of try to find keywords, and then if I find something that interests me, I like zoom out a little bit and like I look through, and you know, if I find like a good little bit of information on something, I'll just save the tab, right? I specifically chose these from their website because this was just like a brief history where they straight up just glazed themselves the entire time. Of course they did though. I mean, it's on their website, right? This is their funding, list of funders, right? So like here's just kind of a breakdown. Tax dollars, 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 tax dollars. I mean, these guys are largely funded with our tax dollars. And our tax dollars are forcibly getting taken from us and going to this corporation that is like significantly trying to influence our domestic policy. It's kind of fucking wild, dude. You know what I mean? But the health insurance experiment went through that. So they never talk about the sample. And like, just from my perspective, right? If I wanted to really like go in, and you can look through the sources and everything, they don't fucking talk about any of this shit. They don't talk about the samples. They talk about the samples one time, but it's when it is yeah, right here, effects on health. In general, the reduction in services induced by the cost sharing had no adverse effect on participants' health. However, there were exceptions. The poorest and sickest 6% of the sample at the start of the experiment had better outcomes under the free plan, under the free healthcare plan, for 4 of the 30 conditions mentioned. Specifically, free care improved the control of hypertension. Free care marginally improved vision. Free care also increased the likelihood among the poorest patients to receive needed dental care. Serious symptoms were less prevalent for poorer people on the free plan. Oh, man, I mean, it's like that's that's what this channel I'm essentially making it for. Like all my videos so far, except my very first one, the lower class take on things, right? That's my first YouTube stream. That was I was just like kind of reading through stuff. I'm a little bit of a noob with all this, so you know, it's not the highest quality, not a lot of production value. I'm still working on that. My buddy Rob Noor, it's Normal America with Rob Noor, bro. Like and sub his channel if you haven't already, or if you're not here because of him. I mean, he's done a lot to plug my channel. I greatly appreciate it, you know. But he's been kind of like showing me how to, or giving me just, you know, little bits of tips and tricks here on how to just to boost some stuff, man. You know. So if you guys aren't from Rob's channel, please go and like and sub, man. I mean, really good guy, fucking wicked smart, dude. And I'm greatly appreciative of him for that. But yeah. So anyway, getting back to it. So they primarily bring up the samples of the people with these health conditions when it benefits the thing that they're advocating for. Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Yeah. I mean, I love doing this shit. This is like a hobby for me, right? Like I'm a straight up tinfoil hatter. Plus, dude, like I work a night job. Yeah, dude. What a good fucking guy, bro. Yeah. Thanks for like coming in and supporting too, bro. For real. Thank you. It means a lot. Um, but peace, brother. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I like, dude. I have a lot of thanks for him, bro. He's such a good fucking guy, bro. He really is, man. I'm very grateful that he's been so gracious to me. Um, and thank you guys too, man, for coming in supporting for real. It means a lot, dude. It really does. It's huge. I'm getting better at this streaming thing. I'm a fucking newbie, but to have Rob like genuinely support my channel. Dude, that's what I'm aiming for, man. So Rob was saying I need to get 1,000 subs. I got a bunch of watch time, which is really good. I think, like, in my first week, I have like 52 hours of watch time, which is fat, dude. That's crazy, you know. But yeah, I'm definitely hoping to get monetized at least at some point, you know. Maybe soon, maybe not. I mean, like, I'm doing this because this is what I like to do, man. And plus my big thing is, like I don't want to take little snippets and practice in sensationalism. Like I genuinely want to go through every fucking word in these. So I'm not skipping nothing, you know? That's like I want to get the full context. I don't want to hear anyone talk about context because I'm reading the whole fucking thing and then giving my like just my fucking pea brain perspective. I'm not like a really smart guy or anything, but I'm just an everyday dude. And I feel like if more people, I love to read by the way, but the more people that would read these things, I get that reading isn't like it's not as common as it once was, But I genuinely believe like if more people read these things, shit would be different, Like I really like they just straight up say what they're doing. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. I'm sorry about that, Ray. My bad. I got a new kitten today, bro. I got a pug and a kitten now, man. I'm super stoked. But anyway, all right. So that's where we were at before. The goal of the report: guarantee public funding. I mean, I'm not gonna say these other aspects aren't part of it, but that's pretty fucking telling, right? Like they just straight up say it. Like when that in and of itself is under the goal of this report, that's really telling. Contracting, a new way of governing public schools. Contracting builds on the charter schools movement. See Coldery 1992, and Nathan 1989. Maybe I should look into that. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, here. Well, dude, I'm just gonna ask Grog, man. Can you give me a brief synopsis on the charter schools movement of, was it not 89 and 92? Yeah. pivotal shift in the U.S. education reform aiming to introduce innovative, autonomous public schools to address perceived shortcomings in traditional public education. Below is a brief synopsis of the movement during this period, drawing on relevant web sources for context. Wait, did they bring that up like it was a separate thing? Contracting builds on the charter schools movement, which permits groups to run publicly funded schools without following all the public school system's rules. That's absolutely wild, dude. That's absolutely fucking wild, dude. Sorry, Ray. My bad. Contracting builds on the charter schools movement, which permits groups to run publicly funded schools without following all the public school systems rules. Under a contracting system, every school would have a charter. A school board would not directly run schools, but would contract with independent organizations to run them. A local public school system would manage many different contracts, all taxpayers' money, mind you. Publicly funded. A local public school system would manage many different contracts, some for high schools, some for grade schools, some for highly distinctive schools, Montessori grade schools, and high schools focused on health careers, great books, multicultural curricula, etc. Art school? Are you fucking serious? Publicly funding art schools? And others for more conventional schools. Every school's contract would specify the amounts of public funds it would receive, the type of instructional program it would provide, and the student outcomes it expects to produce. The contract terms and the basic state licensing and student graduation requirements that now apply to all private schools would comprise the sole and entire method of public control over a school's curriculum and teaching methods. Let's go through that one more time. The contract's terms and the basic state licensing and the student graduation requirements now apply to all private schools would comprise the sole and entire method of public control over a school's curriculum and teaching method. D&D Shenanigans, what's up, dude? What's going on, my brother? Welcome in, welcome in. Going over the RAND Corporation. Brief synopsis, then I'll get back to reading. RAND Corporation started as like what? That's fucking bullshit, dude. That's crazy. What's up, EOD? You got flagged as a bot, but aren't you like a mod on 2 separate channels? Or at least multiple channels. I mean, it's dumb. That's crazy. Well, thanks for fucking jumping in, brother. I appreciate the support, man. Yeah, I figured. I mean, that makes sense. Dollar stack with wings, dollar stack with wings, dollar stack with wings. Get your super chats in. I mean, I do the same shit. So, I want to see Rob fucking explode, man. Like, that dude deserves like prime time access. That's what I think. Dude, you know, I never played D&D. I never played Warhammer either. I want to at least give it a shot, you know what I mean? Yeah, no shit, bro. No shit. Yeah, I agree, Fervor. I really do think he's about to, bro. Like, I think he's on the precipice of, like, a big, massive channel boost, dude. Like, huge. And he deserves it, bro. He's such a good fucking guy, man. Seriously. All right. I'll get back to reading here. Okay. Oh, nope. Not done with this one yet. So every school's contract would specify the amount of public funds it will receive, the type of instructional program to provide, and the student outcomes it expects to produce. But wait a minute, hold on. So the contracts that the schools write/get are run by independent organizations. So non-governmental organizations are going to be contracting with these schools, and these contracts specify the amounts of public funds they receive, the type of instructional programs they would provide, and the outcomes it expects to produce. Now, mind you, this was written in 1995. Okay? Just so we're clear. This research was published by Paul T. Hill in 1995. Okay? This was just still, bro, this fucking... It's crazy to me, dude. The contract terms and the basic state licensing and student graduation requirements that now apply to all private schools would comprise the sole and entire method of public control over a school's curriculum and teaching methods. So it's handing taxpayers' funds into independent independent organizations' hands to control these things, in which the parents of these children have no say. Like, there's an argument that even when it's controlled by local governments, there's no say. But at least there's the fucking illusion of it, at the very least. This takes that away from the parents in its entirety. Contracting would require school boards to make educational decisions on a school-by-school basis rather than making policies that constrain all schools. Why? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, hear me out. Would it make more sense to have a consistent education program for every school? So at the very fucking least, you know that the kids that are in these schools are getting the same baseline education. So when they get out, they're all on the same page. But what they're advocating for here and I'm not saying it's what they're directly advocating for, but it just opens the door to them lowering expectations for schools where kids do worse to boost the graduation rates. And to me, what that equals is guarantee public funding. Where does it say it over here? It says it over here somewhere. Each school's contract would specify the amount of public funds it will receive, type of instructional program it will provide, and the student outcomes it expects to produce. And what they're advocating for here is 2 kids go to a different high school in the same city, both graduate. One's dumber than the other and doesn't know as much. What kind of fucking sense does that make? In considering a particular contract, the school board need not ask whether a school concept is right for all or most of the students in the district, or whether some stakeholder groups would dislike a particular school. Stakeholders? There's a fucking curveball. All the board would need to ask is whether there is a need for a particular school and whether the people proposing to run it have plausible credentials to do so. Public officials would retain ultimate responsibility for school quality. They would replace the contractor that failed to deliver or force substantial quality improvements if performance in its schools fell below acceptable levels. Public officials. So what they're doing is they're giving all of the administration over the contracts to independent organizations, but let the public pay for all the shit that we don't want to pay for, like the upkeep of buildings, new textbooks, pencils, desks, whiteboards, HVAC, keeping the school clean. A local school board could also continually prune its portfolio of contractors. When contracts came up for renewal, providers whose schools fell below some set of performance could be eliminated from consideration. And if schools do bad enough, this is what I hear when I read this. If schools do bad enough, they can say, too fucking bad, guys. You're done. Contracting allows something that is not possible in public education today: unrelenting attention to the quality of instruction and learning in the lowest performing schools. Exactly. Got to keep that public funding. If you're not doing enough to get our public funding goal through, and I mean, it's no doubt 6 years later, No Child Left Behind got passed. And all that did was lower the fucking education, not criteria, like requirements, standards for all the fucking kids. Some contract schools could be run by the staff and parents of existing successful schools, neighborhood schools with good records of serving their students and communities, and magnet schools with well-defined programs and histories of success with average as well as exceptional students. Other school contracts could be established through the issuance of public requests for proposals, and still others might be negotiated directly with community groups or educational institutions that offer to run one or more schools. More taxpayer dollars, more public funding. The core purpose of contracting is to create schools that have clear missions and definite strategies for motivating students and delivering instruction. Then why is it a school by school basis? Why are educational decisions made on a school by school basis rather than having uniform educational policies for everyone? So every kid that goes to a school will be guaranteed to learn the same fucking thing. Some contract schools could be run by the staff and parents of existing successful schools, neighborhood schools with good records of serving their students and communities, and magnet schools with well-defined programs, a history of success with average as well as exceptional. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Sorry. Okay. Purpose of contracting is to create schools that have clear missions and defined strategies. A school's contract would specify the goals it would seek and the methods it would use. Again, why not have this uniform, why not have an element of uniformity between all the fucking schools? I don't like those two. It just doesn't click with me. I don't know. A local school board could also request proposals for a school that meets a defined need, emphasizing apprenticeship style education, or an organized demand, emphasizing high academic standards and African culture and history. This is an American fucking school, bro. If you want to elect this shit, have at it. But we don't need to learn the history of fucking Liberia and how well that turned out if we don't want to learn about it. Is that unpopular? I don't know. Maybe. That's crazy to me. Teachers would work for individual schools as owner-operators, members of cooperatives, partners in a professional organization, or employees. What's with this, complexity? Some teachers might form their own contracting organizations and find teachers via their own professional networks. Contractors could also hire teachers through their local teacher union, which might operate as a guild hiring hall, brokering teachers into schools that will fit them and suggesting additional teaching training for teachers who have not been chosen by any school. If you I don't know if there's a degree required for it, or what kind of certifications go into becoming a teacher. But this is just base fundamental knowledge of the marketplace, right? If you've gone through everything to become a teacher and you haven't been chosen by any schools, you need to find a new fucking career path. Because obviously you don't offer that much value to the marketplace. I think that's a pretty fair statement. Teacher salary scales would be set by the market so that teachers with fine reputations could demand higher pay. Some might also accept lower pay in order to work in highly attractive schools. Why the fuck would anybody? No one's going to do that. No one's going to accept lower pay. The two words they forgot to add in between also and accept is have to. Some might also have to accept lower pay in order to work in highly attractive schools. They forgot to put those two words in there. Promised that. Each school's contract would specify processes and standards for student administration. To avoid charges of discrimination, all school contracts would call for admissions by random selection from the list of all who apply. No school would be allowed to handpick only the ablest students. Is that a word? Ableist? Like, in the context that they're using it in? They're the ablest students. Schools would also be obligated to help students have. Schools would also be obligated to help students having academic difficulty and to do everything possible to help students benefit from instruction. A school could set requirements about homework, attendance, and diligence, but it must continue helping students as long as they made the required effort. Local school boards not wanting to execute separate contracts with dozens or hundreds of individual schools might prefer to deal with organizations capable of running several schools under a master contract. This is all run by independent organizations. A school board would not directly run schools, but would contract with independent organizations to run them. So, dude, I saw maps and I about fucking tripped a breaker there, bro. I was about to start like finding people that work for RAND and start chucking batteries at them and booing. Schools would also be obligated to help students having academic difficulty and do everything possible to help students benefit from instruction. A school could set requirements about homework, attendance, and diligence, but it must continue helping students as long as they made the required effort. I mean, that's how school was when I was there. What is this, just like pork? Space filler? I don't know anybody like even in like 10 years, 20 years older than me that didn't experience this firsthand. Local school boards not wanting to execute separate contracts with dozens or hundreds of individual schools might prefer to deal with organizations capable of running several schools under a master contract. Organizations responsible for several schools, called management and assistance providers, could be a local board's prime contractors. There we go. MAPS could develop distinctive approaches to student instruction and staff training and capitalize on the recognition and consumer confidence that a brand name engenders. So the schools are still getting public funding, but they're run by these outside organizations that are the prime contractors for these local school boards. Contracting has three major advantages. It creates positive performance incentives for school staffs, ensures that public funds are spent at the school level where they count. Of course. Of course you would. You know what's easier than spending taxpayer dollars when you work for the government? Spending taxpayers' dollars when you're contracted by the government. Deflects pressure for overregulation of schools. Deny them uniformity. Do not give them the same education. Because contract schools would be schools of choice. A school would need to attract students in order to survive. It must therefore offer something that sets it apart, a distinctive curriculum, social climate, or extracurricular program. It must also provide a stable program that parents can rely on. Hold on, I gotta take this. This kitty's farting like crazy, bro. I gotta take this cat to the litter box. Make sure. I don't know if it's a boy or girl, so I named it Ray. And that way, whenever I find out if it's got balls or fucking egg sacs, that the name will stick either way. Hold on, boys. I'll be back soon. Stay right there. Just go potty, okay? You gotta go potty, dude. I know. I know. Go potty, okay? Go potty. I'm gonna hurt you. I just need you to go potty. Gonna sit there and fart on me all night then? Oof. Okay. Because contract schools would be schools of choice, a school would need to attract students in order to survive. It must therefore offer something that sets it apart, a distinctive curriculum, social climate, or an extracurricular program. Social climate? Hey, why are you hissing at me? Don't hiss at me. I was just coughing. It must also provide a stable program that parents can rely on. Contracting, therefore, encourages a number of behaviors that effective schools advocate have tried to create in public school staffs. School staffs would have a strong incentive to put out a mission for the school and to ensure that all parts of the school work together. Under the directive of these independent organizations that are contracting with the school. Contracting creates strong pressures on public officials to maximize the share of funds spent at the school level and limit the amount spent on administration, regulation, and support of central decision-making processes. So what I'm hearing here, these independent organizations would be taking care of the administration, regulation, and the support of the central decision-making processes. They're contracted to help the boards run these schools, and they would dump more money into the things spent at the school level. So yeah, it sounds great that they're spending less public funds on the administration, regulation, and support of the central decision-making processes. But if they're usurping those costs themselves, would that not give them greater leverage in the direction of the way of the school? School contractors will know exactly how much money they have to spend and therefore how much is skimmed off by the state or local central offices. Superintendents and boards will have to explain where money goes and why central office activities cost as much as they do. So they're answering to these contractors with like fiscal reports. Contracting would stabilize the rules under which schools operate. Public officials are now free to impose new requirements on schools at will, since nobody knows exactly how much money schools spend or for what. It is hard to quantify the cost of new mandate to add a course, write new reports, change staff assignments, or mainstream a group of students who were previously served in a special program. School contractors would be in a strong position to point out what new requirements cost and how they affect productivity. Here's their conclusion. Contracting is a promising idea that deserves a serious test. It could work for the vast majority of U.S. school systems. Any K-12 public education system that has more than one school can hold multiple contracts, one for each school. Even small town and rural school systems with only one large high school could create two or more smaller schools within the same building and benefit from the flexibility, diversity, and performance pressures that contracting provides. What a glaze. Most of the important actors in public education would benefit from contracting. Public officials and taxpayers would know that funds for education were truly spent on schools, not bureaucracy. School boards that have struggled for years to improve particular schools could use contracts to restaff or recommission those schools. Teachers and administrators would gain the satisfaction of working in organizations that were free to be productive. Free of their duty to the taxpayer. That's all I hear. If someone has something against that, to say against it, please do. But that's all I hear. Teachers who showed they could run successful schools would gain new professional opportunities, often including extra income. School boards in the big cities can be the first to take advantage of a new opportunity by contracting out for operation of their lowest performing schools. This would subject the concept to a hard first test. Success in the most difficult places will make the case for widespread adoption of contracting. Is that a thing? Did they institute this? So by the way, this took place in 1995, which is roughly about here. This study, and it was published in 1995. I don't know if this was ever implemented, but there was a pretty consistent incline in mathematics with reading that went down in 99, from 99 to 94, or to 2004, for 8 years straight incline, and ever since then it's been a decline. 2012. All right. So this is them advocating for gun policies. Mind you, this is a wargaming think tank from right after World War II. Okay? A wargaming think tank. RAND's longitudinal database of state firearm laws has been revised and expanded. The latest version includes information on state and District of Columbia firearm laws from 1979 to January 1st, 2024. An expanded data visualization shows where and when firearm laws were enacted in the United States. This visualization includes 20 classes of law selected from the full database and many law subclasses. To better support researchers using the dataset, hey, what up, Abe? Welcome in, dude. Hope you didn't miss too much, bro. We've gone over some fucking shit, dude. Holy, man. So, just a quick overview. The health insurance experiment did nothing but glaze a free healthcare program, but refused to even mention who was being sampled in this until it benefited the rhetoric right here. The poorest and sickest 6%. Oh, dude, I'm still up, bro. I've been rocking. I couldn't fall asleep, and then Jess invited me onto her panel last night. Well, I jumped on, and I saw Duck was arguing with somebody on there, so I wanted to hear it. And oh, hold on, get the call. Yeah, how selective exactly, bro? Yo, what's up, dude?
And then I was calling to see how things are going.
Oh, he's cool, man. He hasn't pooped yet, but he's farting like crazy.
Is him and Charlie get along?
He does not like Charlie right now, but that's understandable. He's fucking terrified, dude. He's starting to like hang out with me and play with me a little bit. He's spending a lot of time on me and stuff, so he likes me, but he has not warmed up to Charlie yet. Which I mean, that's completely understandable, dude.
What do you name him? Yeah, what'd you name him?
Is it a boy?
Is it Malcolm X?
Is it a boy or is it a girl?
A boy.
It's a boy. I've been calling him Ray.
Oh. Okay. Charlie Ray. That's so cute.
Yeah.
All right, well, sweet, man. Yeah, I was checking in.
Yeah, he's super cool, man. I fed him. How much of that wet food do you typically feed him? Because I gave him half of it, and then he kind of stopped eating. So.
That's what I normally do, like half in the morning and half at night.
Okay, I fed him half. I didn't know like when you guys fed him last, and he seemed like he was kind of hungry. So,
Yeah.
I fed him half of that thing. I'll probably feed him again in the morning then.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm streaming right now, bro. I'm doing.
Okay,
I'm doing my big stream, bro. I'll hit you up. Hit me up tomorrow.
Bye.
Peace. All right, sorry about that, Abe. My bad, dude. Got a call. But yeah, so this was the only time that they used any kind of like mention of their sample, and it was only when it supported the idea of free healthcare. Like, okay, for instance, right? So, participants with cost sharing visited the doctor less frequently, right? So, at 0% of cost sharing, they had the highest amount. At 95% cost sharing, they had the lowest amount. But what they don't go into at all is what were the health, what was like the medical records, the medical history of these people that were in these groups. It's not explained. To me, sorry, Ray. To me, that's the, hey, Ray, you gotta get off my keyboard, buddy. I know. You wanted to be up there, I'm sorry. To me, that's vitally important to this study. And just from my perspective, if I were this massive research organization, if it truly was evenly distributed between, like, you know, what health insurance would call like the level of risk in the different people's medical histories, and all these different samples had, you know, like within a margin of error, like roughly the same element of risk to good health, right? I would plaster that all over this thing. But they don't even talk about it. They don't even bring it up until it supports free healthcare. Anyway. So gone through that. This is their gun laws stuff, and this is, to me, this right here, seeing this yesterday, it makes me not even want to read this, because it's probably just so full of pork and bullshit. But the pinnacle of their evidence for opposing gun policies that may increase outcomes and supporting gun policies that may decrease outcomes. May does a lot of heavy lifting there, buddy. Because I may sprout wings and start shitting eggs. But I may not. To me, that's like completely, undoubtedly useless information at that point. And what's dumb, that's after they reviewed thousands of studies. And this is the best they could fucking come up with? May decrease? May increase? That like completely leaves open the possibility of the inverse. And just And they're largely funded by the fucking taxpayers. Department of Homeland Security, Secretary of Defense, other national security agencies. Ray. You gotta start getting up there, okay? It's gonna freak you out every time I pick you up. The Department of Health and Human Services and related agencies, the Air Force, the Army, other federal agencies, universities, state and local government agencies. Verbal combat. Yeah. International NGOs. I mean, like, what's verbal combat? You think I might... Should I part 2 this? I've been streaming for about 3 hours now, roughly, I think. I don't... It's saying started 2 hours ago. I thought I started around like 3:30 roughly, so maybe like 2.5 hours at this point. Because I promise you, I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to be fucking exhausted, bro. It's a debate panel show? Okay. Ooh. Is there like a topic or... Okay, I see science, politics. Oh, okay, that's not until 9:30. Science. I'm totally interested, bro. Speakeasy? I'm pretty sure I'm subbed to him. No, I'm not. I'll leave that. Ah, no, I wanted to read more. I didn't want to watch. I don't want to get fucking... Oh, is there? Ah, Tariq. Okay, cool, dude. Yeah. I like Tariq. Yeah, dude, I'll definitely come fucking... Andrew Wilson used to go on there? No shit. I need to get a new mic, dude. I'm not saying I'm not gonna jump in, but I for sure need to get a new mic. Something like a Yeti Blue or some shit like that, dude. Just something cheap. I'm broke as fuck, bro. I wish I had that Andrew Wilson money. You know what I mean? Here's I honestly, like, this is going to be a bunch of horseshit as well. I really hate that I'm kind of just glazing over these two, but just from what I've seen so far, there's so much disingenuous bullshit in all this. So, like, with the health insurance experiment, I went over all the fucking bullshit with that already. The housing crisis, they literally just, their conclusion is to shell more money advocating for more money getting shelled towards people getting fucking free housing. Which, like, here's my thing, just along this topic, okay? I don't mind taxpayers' dollars helping, like, the poor and downtrodden, but there has to be some form of, like, reciprocity involved in that, right? Like, you gotta go out and get a job so you can start paying taxes to put money that you're taking from the system back into it. Right? Like, unless you're on full disability and you literally can't fucking work a job. Of course, like, there's outliers and stuff. But, like, dude, get a fucking job, you lazy bum. You know what I mean? And then the public education thing. What it essentially is advocating for is contracting schools let me find it just so I'm not like misrepresenting what it said. So this charter school movement, which I looked this up on Grok, look whose fucking name showed up. I mean, like, it says, while the provided sources do not directly link the RAND Corporation to the charter school movement between 89 and 92, RAND's broader influence on education policy during this period is notable. Well, they fucking glazed the shit out of this charter school stuff, dude. Like, they absolutely glazed it. This is from 95. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. This is from 95. This Reinventing Public Education. This is published in 95 from Paul T. Hill, right? But they say, under a contracting system, every school would have a charter. A school board would not directly run the schools, but would contract with independent organizations to run them. Organizations that are not working with the institutions that are funding the schools, that are paying these organizations. Here's the funny bit right here. Hold on. Wait. The goal of this report, and they just say it, the goal of this report is to formulate a true alternative to the current form of governance for public education, based on studies of local educational reform efforts of the governance and other decentralized service organizations. The report concludes that there is a real alternative. Like, they're fucking building it up. This is a sales pitch, cousin. Unlike the current system in which schools are both funded and operated by a government agency, the alternative allows schools to be operated by a variety of public and private organizations based on school-specific contracts. So school by school, and they even expound on that later, that would define each school's mission, guarantee public funding, and establish standards for procedures for accountability. So if a school is fucking up, these organizations that are not part of the institutions that fund these things. Hey, what's up, Panchuchin? But these private organizations that are not part of the institutions that are funding these things have a hand in the public funding, working towards guaranteeing that. And then as it expands on this, dude, where it says contracting would require school boards to make educational decisions on a school-by-school basis rather than by making policies that constrain all schools. So what I hear when I read that, is not having a uniform education system. The standards are lower in one school and higher in another to guarantee graduation rates. The more kids graduate, the more kids move up in grades, the more money they're going to get from the institutions that are funding them. And this is all going to be worked through with private sector contractors. Now here's another bit that I thought was really funny, which is they kind of start talking about like this is what the goal is. Where is it? Local school boards not wanting to execute separate contract with dozens or hundreds of individual schools might prefer to deal with organizations capable of running several schools under one master contract. Organizations responsible for several schools, called management and assistance providers, could be a local board's prime contractors. They could develop distinctive approaches to school student instruction, staff training, and capitalize on the recognition and consumer confidence that a brand name engenders. So they're giving these schools, they're giving the private sector access to these schools to determine where the public funds are going to go. Contracting has three major advantages: creates positive performance incentives for school staffs, ensures that public funds are spent at the school level where they count. Where the fuck else are public funds for schools going to go? Deflects pressure for overregulation of schools. There's one more. Here it is. Okay. Now this sounds good, but within the context of what we've read so far, where they're essentially like handing off administrative, regulatory, and like centralized decision making to these contractors. Contracting creates strong pressures on public officials to maximize the share of funds spent at the school level and limit the amount spent on administration, regulation, and support of central decision-making processes. Now, here's my thing, okay? So if they're spending less public funds on these things, that doesn't decrease the amount that these things cost. So it's going to have to be subverted somewhere else. So the private sector is going to be funding these things, and all that does is take away, which, and like I said earlier, like there's an argument that, you know, the parents and shit don't even have a say in the publicly funded school system, but there's even less leverage for parents to have a say in the school system at that point. Because they're not paying for the administration and the regulation. That's being usurped by fucking independent organizations, independent contractors. This is just some wild shit, right? And like the fact that these people have, from what it looks like so far, a significant influence on our domestic policy blows my fucking mind, dude. And then truth decay. This just pisses me off. This is... I'll read through this, right? But like, I skimmed through it. This is what they're advocating for here is the Ministry of Truth that Biden tried to put in his presidency. The Misinformation Administration or whatever the fuck they tried to call it. The Agency of Misinformation or whatever the fuck. With the fucking theater kid lady that would like sing the stupid ass songs, you know? And she got like memed on until they canned her because of how fucking unpopular that idea is. Over the past 2 decades, national political and civil discourse in the United States has been characterized by truth decay. What a hell of a fucking phrase. Defined as a set of 4 interrelated trends. An increasing disagreement about facts and analytical interpretations of facts and data. By the way, just to preface this, okay? I haven't even gotten to the articles that are critical of the RAND Corporation. All of this shit is off of their fucking website. An increasing disagreement about facts and analytical interpretation of facts and data, a blurring of the line between opinion and fact, an increase in the relative volume and resulting influence of opinion and personal experience over fact, and lowered an increase. This is. I want to make sure I read this correctly. Hold on. An increase in the relative volume and resulting influence of opinion and personal experience over fact. Who decides what the fuck is a fact? Because if my personal experience tells me that I can't stop oncoming cars, no one's going to tell me otherwise. And lowered trust in formerly respected sources of factual information. And of course, like, you know, I gave like kind of a off the wall example there when I was talking about that. But what I'm saying is personal experience with like government programs and personal experience with the healthcare industry and all that. You know, like a doctor commits malpractice on me that works in a hospital that is widely revered. Their fact that they're going to put in my face is how many people this hospital has saved from death or some shit. It's like, yeah, fuck you, but they committed fucking malpractice, right? Like, that's the kind of thing they're talking about there. I was just being a little overdramatic, but and lowered trust in formerly respected sources of factual information. Yes, like the news. They're not going to say formerly respected sources of factual information that have lied multiple fucking times to the people who go to them for facts. They're going to leave that last bit out. They're going to victimize fucking the New York Times and CNN and MSNBC. These trends have many causes, but this report focuses on 4. Characteristics of human cognitive processing, such as cognitive bias, changes in the information system, including a social media and the 24-hour news cycle, competing demands on the education system that diminish time spent on the media literacy and critical thinking, and polarization, both political and demographic. The most damaging consequences of truth decay include the erosion of civil discourse, political paralysis, alienation, and disengagement of individuals from political and civic institutions, and uncertainty over national policy. Well, of course. Because the people who are pushing for this truth decay bullshit realize Well, because most people, their idea on this is it doesn't matter what the fuck they have to say about it. I mean, it's simple. Notice how they're not tossing the word democracy around a lot, right? Democracy put Trump in office. Democracy wants the illegal immigrants deported. They don't give a fuck about democracy when it doesn't fall in line with their idea on what democracy should be, which is whatever they support. So no shit there's an uncertainty over national policy. No shit there's a disengagement of individuals from political and civic institutions. No shit people feel alienated. I mean, it's baffling. See, the thing is, like, they do the opposite when they write shit like this. They do the exact opposite of what they do when they're accusing someone of something. So when they accuse someone of something, every time they speak on it, their words have a presupposition that it's true. And with this, the presupposition is this abstract, ethereal truth decay that has the most damaging consequences. And that's what causes all this shit. And they avoid the fucking point. They avoid the point. The reason people don't fucking trust them is because they've lied over and over and over and over and over again. That's why people don't fucking trust them. This report explores the causes and consequences of truth decay and how they are interrelated, and examines past eras of U.S. history to identify evidence of truth decay's 4 trends and observe similarities with and differences from the current period. It also outlines a research agenda, a strategy for investigating the causes of truth decay, and determining what can be done to address its causes and consequences. The drivers of truth decay as a system. Yes, exactly. Obfuscation and trickery. 100%. Cognitive processing and cognitive biases. Changes in the information system. Competing demands on the educational system. Polarization. Agents of truth decay. Oh, they said it. Media, academia and research organizations, political actors in the government, foreign actors. You know what? I'll give them that. Notice how they don't say academia and research organizations like the RAND Corporation. They're not going to take accountability. They're going to throw everyone else under the fucking bus. Who, us? No. We came up with truth decay. We're not doing that. That's our term that we made. Transformation of conventional media, internet and social media, spread of disinformation, get fucked. Political polarization, socio-demographic and economic polarization. Yeah. 100%. Truth decays 4 trends. Increasing disagreement about facts and data. Yes, absolutely. 150%. They got these motherfuckers out here believing in a feminine penis. A woman's balls. This shit's only been around for about 13 years, cousin. Like, I remember it was right before I turned like 20. When this was like starting to be kind of a talked about topic. Funny enough, it was right after all the banks got fucking bailed out by our federal government, instead of the thousands of people that were homeless and without a job. The blurring of the line between opinion and fact. Well, who's blurring the line? The increasing relative volume and resulting influence of opinion over fact. Declining trust in formerly respected sources of factual information. Because they fucking lied. The consequences are. Okay, so they went through all this. This is just their fucking really like bad graph. Straight up. This graph looks like shit. It's like a backwards S, and then like I don't understand. It's not. Anyway, oh yeah, dude, Yuri Bezmenov. Yeah. He was the. You're talking about the. It was the cultural subversion KGB agent from the 80s, right? How he said like this has been like the seed's been planted. This has been instituted. This is like a fucking 100-year plan or 50-year plan or something like that. Forget the exact timeline, but yeah. I've seen a lot of his shit. Has he written any books? I'm pretty sure that's what I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. What is truth decay? Truth decay is defined as a set of 4 related trends, increasing disagreement about facts and analytical interpretations of facts and data, a blurring of the line between opinion and fact, that well, I guess this is key findings. Okay, so this is summarizing it, but it seems like there's a lot of, they're repeating themselves. It's like that old adage, right? Like you say the lie enough, people will start to believe it. Wait. This is a fucking meme. Yo. This is what we read. There's the summary. The summary is longer than the actual information they gave. Who the fuck works for this corporation? This is their recommendations. Exactly, dude. All right, so here's their recommendations. Let's hear what the RAND Corporation, what they think we should do about truth decay. Unraveling the complex system of truth decay will require multifaceted and interdisciplinary efforts. Here's that real fucking commie shit they're about to start talking. Interdisciplinary research and cooperation among research organizations, policymakers, education. Yes. So they're pushing for these themselves to become more entrenched in our policy. Educators and other stakeholders will be necessary to shed light on the problem of truth decay to develop a clearer understanding of the problem and devise possible solutions. It's a vie for power, bro. There are 4 high priority areas of research. Examine more closely how truth decay has manifested in the past at home and abroad, extracting lessons that can assist in the fight against truth decay. This is a fucking trademark, bro. Yeah, dude, this is, these people are fucking psychopaths, dude. Look how many times they say it. Like, that's a psychological thing. And they did the same thing when George Bush was president, talking about terrorism. How many times did he say that word on TV? Let's ask Grok, bro. How many times did George Bush Jr. say the word terrorism on TV while he was president? This isn't going to help me at all. Golly, bud. Dude, all right. So, funny enough, I haven't even fucking gotten to the articles that are critical of the RAND Corporation. Everything I've read so far, aside from this map on like average scores for 13-year-olds in school, has been from their own fucking website, dude. Like, none of this shit is fucking speculation. They're just saying it. So this was Texas National Security Review. This was published in fall of 2021. Oh, this is a long one. Should I break this up into 2 streams, you think? Or should I just fucking send it, dude? Full send. What do you think, Abe? I gotta fucking sign up for a free trial for the Atlantic. You get 30 days free to read one article. Because there is literally nothing else that the Atlantic has put out that I'm even minutely interested in reading. I would reach for the Atlantic before I reach for a roll of toilet paper. This was Chalmers Johnson. These are all the so these are all the critical articles that I have on it, right? So I got Mental Floss, the RAND Corporation, think tank that controls America. This is Global Policy Forum, RAND Corporation, America's University of Imperialism. Which has like some lefty tones to it, but I mean, it really, like, this was their bag, dude. They were established after World War II as like literally a fucking wargaming think tank. And they moved from hard to convince me they weren't working with the CIA to influencing fucking domestic policy. The World Economic Forum would not fucking doubt it in the least, my friend. There's just so much. I mean, they literally have thousands of articles on this, on their website. And don't get me wrong. I don't doubt for a second that they've done a shitload of research. It's the validity that I'm calling into question here. Because every single thing, like experiment, study that I've read into points in the same direction. All of them. More taxpayers' dollars, less taxpayers' say. Would not fucking doubt it in the least that there's a link to the WEF. Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah. I'm sure they did some good shit years ago. So reading through the history, it was the Greater Nations programs that LBJ put in. You know, like in even further entrenching of federal power after FDR did the New Deal. And Lincoln wasn't signing, or Kennedy wasn't signing any of these fucking, like entrenchments of fucking deep state power. I mean, it's like, so they fucking mink, and then LBJ got in. Not the fucking, like, hardest trail to follow there. I mean, it's like, golly, dude. Anyway. All right, this is a fucking long one, but I'm gonna read through this. My eyes are getting kind of tired. Let me my fucking blue light glasses. Dude, these things are so clutch, man. Because so I do logistics from home, Monday through Wednesday and Friday, which it's been slow this week, dude. But so I'm always in front of my computer most of the week. Even like Thursday mornings. Oh yeah, 100%. And why he was fucking right like 75% of the time? You know what I'm saying? They fucked my man up, dude. He's a ledge, bro. Alex Jones is a ledge. I don't agree with him on everything. But bro, when you're right, you're fucking right, dude. You're right a lot. That dude was right a lot. It's like I don't even like when he says he has insiders in like the deep state that give him all this shit. I don't even call that shit into question. You know what I mean? I don't. Oh Jesus, bro. Yeah, 100%. I mean that's why they had to take him out. They didn't kill him. They just fucking buried InfoWars and did their very best to bankrupt him. All right. Moral choices without moral language. 1950s political military wargaming at the RAND Corporation. The RAND Corporation was the site of early Cold War knowledge production. Its scientists laid the foundations of nuclear deterrence, game theoretic approaches to international politics, defense acquisition, and theories on the future of war. Oh, bro. This is the MIC, dude. All day. That's why they're getting... Yeah, no, 100%, dude. That's why they're getting money from the Air Force and the Army. Like this is just one of the tentacles of the MIC, bro. Straight up. The popularized understanding, yeah, no shit. Game theory, so much fun. The popularized understanding of RAND as filled with cold, detached rationalists who casually discussed killing millions with no moral abhorrence misses the immense contestation of the early 50s between the mathematics and the social sciences divisions, which sought to understand the impact of nuclear weapons on war and international politics. Yep. Oh, without a doubt, bro. Without a doubt. Yeah. Like, I would not be surprised at all if they had some element of a hand in, like, MK Ultra. And it's, dude, it's so fucking wild to me when I was younger how, you know, I'm talking like as I got to like, you know, 20, 21, 22, people would call you a fucking lunatic if you said MK Ultra was real. They experimented on people in the United States to help boost their efforts to manipulate entire populations in other countries so they could develop revolutions to topple governments. And if I would have told somebody in 10 years they're going to start putting chips in people's heads, I'm sure you know this just as well as I do. They would have called you a fucking lunatic. Baker acted, bro. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. The RAND Corporation was the site of early Cold War knowledge. Blah, 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 blah. The popularized understanding of RAND as filled with cold, detached rationalists who casually discussing killing millions with no moral abhorrence misses the immense contestation of the early 50s between the mathematics and social sciences divisions, which sought to understand the impact of nuclear weapons on war and international politics. To do so, they created the first political military simulations called the Cold War games. The games had divergent outcomes, with the mathematicians quick to launch nuclear weapons and the social scientists acting with nuclear restraint. The key difference in the game models was a high degree of realism in the social science game that engaged the player's emotions. This immersive experience had lasting effects beyond the game itself, as defense intellectuals bore the weight of decision-making and confronted the catastrophic consequences of using nuclear weapons. The role of emotion is central to both ethics and decision-making, and is essential for wargaming today, yet often remains excluded in rational theories of nuclear deterrence. By the way, I don't know if you ever looked this up. This is just a little interesting tidbit. Hold on, check this shit out, dude. So that's where the Tsar Bomba hit. And just look at the difference of this landscape compared to this. It's fucking wild. The level of damage they can do with one bomb. And what's publicly available is that they've never made a bomb stronger than Tsar Bomba. I highly fucking doubt it. Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Highly fucking doubt it, dude. I mean, you could see it. It was breaking windows. What is this, Finland? What is this over here? That's Finland. Wasn't Finland. What's this one over here? Is that Norway? No, Norway's over here. I don't know my Northern European countries that well. Is that Russia? Whatever it may be, right? It's really not all that much important. When you make the biggest, best thing, you don't just stop there. You keep going to stay ahead. Absolutely, dude. Reading that New York Times article yesterday. Here, let me pull that up. Like they completely fucking showcase it. Just to piggyback off of what you're saying. If you get a second, read this fucking article if you didn't see my stream the other day. Dude. They're gonna make me pay for it now. Oh, that's such butt. Just read the article. How like they for 8 years before Russia invaded into Ukraine, they had an entire like 14 base network. The CIA did in Ukraine. The name of the article is how the CIA secretly helps Ukraine fight Russia. But this goes back to 2014. Like, they mention the first convergence of the CIA in Ukraine a month after the Maidan Revolution. A month. And they don't even say that was the first one. It's just the first one they mention, right? Ugh. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, I'll get back to the reading on the topic at hand. The topic at hand, RAND. You know, killing millions with no moral abhorrence misses the immense contestation of the early 1950s between the mathematics and the social sciences division. Blah, 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 blah. To do so, they created the first political military systems, Cold War games. The key difference in the game models was the high degree of realism in the social science game that engaged in players' emotions. The sad truth is there are enemies within and without. Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. Yeah. Especially with the U.S., dude. Because we're literally just a fucking backup plan for everybody in NATO. Like, we're a safety net for these countries, dude. It's crazy. The key difference in the game models was a high degree of realism in the social science game that engaged the player's emotions. This immersive experience had lasting effects beyond the game itself, as defense intellectuals bore the weight of decision-making and confronted the catastrophic consequences of using nuclear weapons. The role of emotion is central to both ethics and decision-making. Ethics, I'll give you that. Decision-making? Not so much. And is essential for wargaming today, yet often remains excluded in rational theories of nuclear deterrence. Because we're literally talking about the end of the fucking world. It doesn't matter what your emotions are at that point. Like, the innate drive for self-preservation is not an emotion. That's lizard brain shit. In 1961, the folk singer Malvina Reynolds recorded the RAND hymn, in which she described the work of the RAND Corporation scientists with the following lyrics. Oh, the RAND Corporation's the boon of the world. They think all day long for a fee. They sit and play games about going up in flames. For counters, they use you and me, honeybee. For counters, they use you and me. Fucking banger. In the 1960s pop culture, the RAND Corporation was the epitome of cold-blooded ruthlessness and rationalized unreasonableness, and was staffed with calculating deterrence theorists who casually discussed killing tens of millions. This was especially true in the public consciousness after the release of Stanley Kubrick's 1964 film Dr. Strangelove, bro. Yo, if you haven't seen that shit, it's so good. Kubrick, I like old movies. Kubrick was a fucking legend. I mean, my man knew the things. You know what I mean? He knew the things. Indeed, Fred Kaplan's book, The Wizards of Armageddon, described the RAND scientists as rational analysts who would attempt to impose a rational order on something that many thought inherently irrational, nuclear war. They would invent a whole new language and vocabulary in their quest for rationality, and would thus condition an entire generation of political and military leaders to think about the bomb the way the intellectual leaders of RAND thought about it. These people have a significant influence in our domestic policy, and they casually talk about killing tens of millions of people. These are the people that bred this. However, this popularized and rather one-dimensional view of RAND misses the immense intellectual contestation that took place in the 1950s between the Mathematical Analytics Division and the Social Sciences Division. The division between the MAD and the SSD played out most evidently in each division's creation of a political military war game, which embodied their divergent approaches on how to incorporate elements of politics, economics, psychology, and culture into traditional military gaming. That's the fucking CIA. The CIA does the exact same thing. Was international politics a science that could be predicted via quantitative methodologies in wargaming, or was it more of an art, best studied through qualitative means to gain an understanding of how intuition and judgment may be exercised in Cold War posturing? This was the fundamental divide between the MAD and the SSD. It was at the RAND Corporation that these individuals laid the intellectual groundwork for decades of U.S. nuclear policy and generations of academic research on the topic of deterrence. The MAD or quantitative approach became the dominant discourse of the Cold War. It utilized game theory and an economic modeling of deterrence to frame and conceptualize the bipolar international system. Yet these assumptions about how best to understand the dilemmas of the time were not met without contestation, even within RAND. The alternative path not taken, at least in terms of RAND's Cold War thinking, was the more social scientific approach to understanding international politics, an approach that was relegated to the periphery both at RAND and in the wider academic community. This battle between epistemic approaches to the Cold War manifested in the mid-1950s with the creation of the Cold War game, affectionately dubbed COW. The competing versions of the game in the MAD and the SSD were attempts to gamify the dilemmas of the nuclear era in international politics, with each side bringing to bear its assumptions about the world and how to best study it scientifically. While the MAD's version was ultimately a failure because it was unable to produce useful and accurate operationalizations of human behavior for game theoretic matrices, the game that the SSD created in response was highly successful in its model, was adopted at universities and at the State Department. Hence, this origin story of the political military gaming that came out of the SSD at RAND and its subsequent proliferation through the Cold War was, according to historian Daniel Bessner, the department's most lasting contribution to the theory and practice of international relations. One might expect the archives of the RAND Corporation to be filled with cold, calculating game theoreticians, I think is how you pronounce that, who were more concerned with the logical consistency of their models and the ethical concerns of the implications of nuclear weapons. While there certainly were elements of this in the MAD archives, the SSD archives demonstrate a profoundly complex and nuanced understanding of the dilemmas, both strategic and ethical, and the early nuclear era presented. Ethical considerations were, in general, rarely discussed at RAND. Moral language was almost de facto excluded from the highly rational discourse of the early defense intellectuals. Well, no shit. These people are talking about killing tens of millions of people in, like... No, I've never seen that. I've never seen that. Why are you hissing at me? Don't hiss at me, kitty. I know, you're just scared. You don't know what's going on. Yet moments of ethical reflexivity and moral judgment emerged from the process of physical play of the SSD's Cold War game in the mid-1950s. The physical play of the games is essential for understanding ethics as and is an important contrast to the human-computer and computer-based war games that arose shortly after at RAND. The archival material from this period, as well as the biographical sources, reveals that RAND was not full of Dr. Strangeloves, but rather predominantly men, with notable exceptions like Roberta Wallstetter, many of whom had fled from or lived through the horrors of World War II. Once the United States had decided to use nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the Soviet Union had tested its own RDS-1 nuclear device in 1949, nuclear theorizing was not something that many thought. Not only have they researched, but also propagandized us all the while through film and other popular culture. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's like, dude, the ties between the Hollywood and the CIA, or maybe not necessarily the CIA, but like Hollywood and the government at large is fucking ridiculous. No good guys in war, man. Yet it also remained independent on how they thought of the future, such as the extent to which they viewed nuclear war as possible, probable, or almost inevitable. This would determine... Brother, when the blinder come off, be careful because they can't go back on. Oh, dude, they're off, bro. They're off. Yeah. 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 I mean, like, I would say to a large degree I'm black-pilled, but I just keep doing my thing, man. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do the thing until it's over, you know? That's about it, bro. I can't. Yeah. That's it. This would determine that they considered to be a logical response in a scenario of nuclear brinksmanship. These views were mixed among those at RAND, in constant flux, and often not in line with how they presented their beliefs publicly. How did one strike, as RAND alumnus Albert Wohlstetter put it in 1958, the delicate balance of terror to avoid catastrophe? One cannot necessarily take defense intellectuals at their word. No, we can't. The intelligence community is full of a bunch of sociopathic manipulators. And they've proven that over and over and over again. And they just get glazed by the government. What's up, Ashton? Good to see you, bro. Welcome in. Glad you're here, dude. Tonight's the long boy, dude. So, just a quick overview. This RAND Corporation, post-World War II military wargaming think tank, turned into domestic policy heavy hitter when it comes to the research they put out. And that research always seems to point in one direction. More money from the taxpayers. Peach jam, dude, that sounds fucking delicious. I need to find that, dude. So I'm in Birmingham, and I haven't seen any new Geek Bar like Pulse flavors in a bit. I've been looking for like a new flavor. I mean, Orange Fab's good. I like that one. That Orange Dragon flavor is really good too. There's a bunch of yeah. Yeah. Oh no, 100%, bro. Exactly. Yeah. But that's the extent of what I've found so far, man. I mean, all of these research projects that they do, all of these why oh, because you can't be up there. Nope, you can't be up there. Sorry buddy, you can chill down there. But you can't be up on the up here anymore because you'd be pressing my buttons, man. All right. What's up, Charlie? You okay? All right, hold on. He's striking at my dog, so he's going in there. He's going in the bathroom. You can't be doing that. You're gonna learn, buddy. You can sit in here and chill, Bubba. You are not going to be striking at my fucking dog. Not happening. Sorry. Enjoy the darkness. Go to sleep. No! Sorry. That cat is gonna learn every time he strikes at this dog, he's gonna spend 3 hours in that fucking bathroom by himself in the dark. Sorry. There's a litter box. He's just gonna chill in there. It's not gonna happen. If I gotta give him back, I will, but he ain't gonna be attacking my dog like that, cuz. You know what I mean? Anyway, so, back to the article. Where was I at? I fucking... Some limits the story to disclose policies. Okay. Didn't read that yet. That was it. One cannot necessarily take defense intellectuals at their word. But as Ron Robin argues in his book, The Cold War They Made, Albert Wohlstetter made a confessional statement in a 1985 interview that defined the ostensibly dangerous Soviets as useful idiots, a comfortable enemy meant to fill the role of an indispensable adversary that was vacillating American society so sorely needed. That's fucking weird language. Indeed, Robin writes that Wohlstetter was comfortable with risking destabilizing strategies to address what he viewed as a remote possibility of Soviet nuclear aggression because he had never really believed in the probability of such a catastrophic event, even though the likelihood of an existential Soviet threat bordered on the fictitious. This highlights some of the limits in the study of discourse in that the policies advocated by some at RAND may not have been what they truly believed to be the best strategy. However, in the study of the Cold War games, one can look to the outcomes of the games to begin to understand the mechanisms of ethics and decision making. The general view of RAND defense intellectuals often falls into one of two camps. In much of the canonical literature on the nuclear strategy, there is a belief that these men were luminaries who saved the world from catastrophe. In contrast, they have been viewed as evildoers devoid of a moral compass, as evident in popular culture and much of the post-Cold War literature on RAND. Wohlstetter assessed in '91 that early literature romanticized the way scientists at RAND were supposed to use game theory, just like you were saying in that movie War Games. They romanticized it. An arcane subject beyond the ken of ordinary men, to arrive at authoritative decisions affecting the lives of us all. A vast exaggeration. The more polemic, popular view, according to Wohlstetter, was that the heartless scientists at RAND, playing games and using game theory, who were leading the world to destruction. After the controversy of the H-bomb split the former members of the Manhattan Project, this view may have become the dominant one. Yeah, and it's kind of hard to get away from that. They were literally fucking sociopaths. Thus, many at RAND still made moral choices, even if they didn't use moral language, to grapple with the staggering implications of the destructive power of nuclear weapons. Given that nuclear war did not break out, it is easy to look back at early defense intellectuals and pass judgment on their theorizing. But that neglects the immense uncertainty and fear of the moment. As Wohlstetter noted, when a man spends years in an attempt to think soberly and professionally about enormous disasters such as nuclear war, even though his objective is to avoid them, it's possible he might become callous. Nevertheless, there is nothing essential or inevitable about such a process, and the function as a whole is nonetheless humane. Humans are not monolithic, and the immense stress of the nuclear moment was indeed too much for some. Each defense intellectual... you alright, buddy? You okay? You okay? Each defense intellectual coped in his or her own way with the trauma of the time. Some reacted with gallows humor. Herman Kahn, during a briefing with Strategic Air Command officers, famously blurted out that in a real sense, you people don't have war plans, you've got war-gasms. That's a banger fucking line, dude. This was a joke in response to a memo written by and circulated by Bernie Brody, inspired by his own psychoanalysis. Others, like Jim Lipp, calculated that in the best of circumstances, nearly 2 million people would be killed with the use of a then theoretical hydrogen bomb in Europe. That idea made Lipp nearly throw up and request to be taken off the project. No shit, dude. That would be... I don't know how I could react to that, man. Like, to a large degree, I'm a hippie. And it just... Like, I can't, accurately put myself in that guy's shoes. But when I think about being in someone's shoes... having to run like a statistical analysis on how how much damage and how much death a hydrogen bomb would cause. Obviously, that's going off in like a major city. I wouldn't want to be a part of that either, bro. Especially since, like, what's saying up here, like they just casually talked about killing tens of millions of people. I couldn't be around people like that, dude. That's insane. Because that's not like in defense, right? Like when they're talking about this shit, they're talking about it in a pretty callous way. All right. My dog is farting like crazy. I'm going to go walk him real quick, boys. I'll be back. I'll be back shortly. Won't be a long one. Come on, Bubba. Come on. right, boys, I'm back. Sorry for dipping so long. Just wanted to make sure that Charlie got his poops out. Welcome back. All right. Okay, I'll go ahead and read through this paragraph again. Thus, many at RAND still made moral choices, even if they didn't use moral language, to grapple with the staggering implications of the destructive power of nuclear weapons. There was always the option to refuse to participate or to consider radical alternatives to those that RAND's funder, the U.S. Air Force, may have been seeking. Nevertheless, ethical practical judgment crept into decision-making throughout the process of wargaming in the mid-1950s. However, the level of emotional engagement of the players depended on the high level of realism from the game designers, which allowed the players to feel the weight of decision-making. So, what this is telling me is, to a large degree, they had to continuously push for emotional engagement when it came to, and I don't even know what that means necessarily, I'll be completely honest. The level of emotional engagement of the players depended on a high level of realism from the game designers, which allowed the players to feel the weight of decision making. So these motherfuckers were like playing Risk Nuke Edition. Before turning to each individual war game and its assumptions, design, and scenarios, it's important to note that they're contrasting outcomes. The MAD game went nuclear multiple times, and in one game the US and the Soviet Union had began with H-bombings as early moves. The third player, a synthetic Middle East, then proceeded to occupy the United States and the Soviet Union. In contrast, the SSD game never went nuclear, and instead the process of play had a cooling effect on the participants. The W.P. Davison noted when reflecting on the SSD's game. But most of all, the players quickly gained a sense of the awful consequences that might result from an ill-advised move. In the game, as in the real world, international relations were conducted under the shadow of a terrible destructiveness of modern weapons. Participants acquired a sense of crushing responsibility, and for this reason, the game was sometimes exhausting. As a result of this sense of responsibility, players often tended to be extremely cautious. Those who, in the classroom or in publications, may have advocated bold, imaginative policies and criticized free world leaders for timidity, usually found themselves behaving with equal caution when they assumed the burden of policymaking in the game. Participants thus tended to judge foreign policy decisions in the real world differently after the game than they had done before it. These motherfuckers were playing D&D, cuz. Did they have like 20-sided dice and shit while they were doing all this? That this ethical restraint during the SSD game was distinct from the publications and classroom presentations of the same participants is worthy of further exploration. While war game designs are always unique and can drive players to make certain decisions instead of others, comparing the two RAND games can shed light both on the explicit discursive reasoning for the decision-making and on the player's intuitive judgment about the impact of nuclear weapons on international politics. As I argue in this paper, the SSD's political military game engaged the ethical intuitions of the participants and led to restraint in the use of nuclear weapons within the game. The MAD players, in contrast, yeah, roll D20 for perception check. No shit, bro. No shit. The MAD players, in contrast, were quick to use nuclear weapons as the game made a high degree of simplifying assumptions about the world. Consequently, okay, so these were the social sciences guys, which I would say is like ethics. And these were the math guys, like the hard numbers, cold, no emotion, no, what's the word I'm looking for? Like compassion. It's just very like by the numbers. Consequently, the players did not engage in nuclear restraint in the same way. Ultimately, the two war games offer an entirely empirical test for the divergent epistemological approaches. What does that mean? I'm white trash, dude. I don't know. Some of these big words are... Epistemological. Relating to the theory of knowledge, especially with regard to its methods, validity, and scope, and the distinction between justified belief and opinion. Huh. Let's explain it to me like I'm 5. Okay, the philosophical study of the nature, origin, and limits of the human knowledge, especially with regards to its methods, validity, and scope, and the distinction between justified belief and opinion. How you know what you know. Yeah, fair, yeah. All right. The two war games offer an early empirical test for the divergent epistemological approaches to understanding the uncertainties of a nuclear era, the problems of... Yeah. Thank you. That actually explained it simply for me, Abe. I appreciate that. I got that small brain, you know what I'm saying? The problems of predicting an unknown future of war with novel technologies and the role of emotion and morality of decision-making in the nuclear era. The article proceeds in the following manner. First, to discuss Carol Kahn's notion of technostrategic language and the role it played in shaping the discourse of defense intellectuals throughout the Cold War. The effect of the technostrategic language was to exclude discussions of ethics and emotion from the rational world of the defense intellectuals at RAND. So, essentially kind of like pushing more towards the mad guys versus the social science, like the mad team versus the social science team. Like taking a step back from what is right and wrong and looking at things from a purely logical perspective, like a robot. Next, I examine the role of emotion in ethical decision-making through an Aristotelian ethics of practical judgment of David Hume's concept of empathy. I highlight how the emotional engagement of the players was correlated to the level of realism present in the game's design and was pivotal for the outcome of nuclear restraint in the SSD game. Then I proceed to trace the design, play, and results of the Cold War game of the MAD and the SSD, respectively. I argue that the SSD's political military game engaged the emotions and ethical intuitions of the players and enabled them to make moral choices even in the absence of explicit moral language. Next, I examine the effects of the SSD game and how its model proliferated the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the State Department, and beyond, impacting the theory and practice of international relations through the Cold War. I conclude by highlighting some important lessons that these original political military games and the RAND Corporation have for the renaissance in wargaming that is taking place in social sciences today. In this article, I offer an empirical test from early in the nuclear era and how various epistemological assumptions led to differing outcomes in wargaming at RAND in the 1950s. A high degree of realism present in the SSD's Cold War game triggered nuclear restraint by engaging the emotions of the players and therefore their ethical intuitions, in contrast to Mad Game, which privileged high levels of abstraction for the sake of mathematical certainty. I challenged the one-dimensional view of the RAND scientists in the early Cold War period by showing the immense epistemological differences between the MAD and the SSD. The former represented the more positive positivist view with rigid quantification, building accurate scientific depictions of the world, while the latter was focused more on reflexivity and understanding the messiness of the social world. These cases demonstrate the role of emotion in nuclear restraint and how war games with a high level of realism can help to cultivate an ethics of practical judgment that was absent in the more mechanistic mad game. Technostrategic language, the exclusion of ethical considerations. Carol Kahn explored the world of the nuclear defense intellectual in depth in the mid-1980s, and her famous participant observance study, Sex and Death in the Rational World of Defense Intellectuals. Kahn's study examined how nuclear defense intellectuals at the end of the Cold War used what she termed technostrategic language. It was a language filled with abstraction and euphemism that humanized insentient weapons and excluded human suffering from the tidiness of the hypothetical scenarios created by their theories. Weird. According to Kahn, this world relied heavily on gendered assumptions and euphemisms that set the parameters of legitimate debate. For example, to raise humanitarian concerns about nuclear weapons was considered non-rational, emotional, and inexpert. It was not the topic at hand. Such discussions of nuclear weapons, nuclear strategy, and nuclear war were carefully and intricately reasoned, occurring seemingly without any sense of horror, urgency, or moral outrage at the possibility of mass casualties. See that dude that like almost threw up and asked to leave the program? That's where I'd be if I had this bitch coming in trying to like manipulate my brain into not thinking of like the catastrophes that would come from something like using nuclear weapons, you know? For Kahn, it was a paradox that such likable and admirable men could casually discuss the possibility of millions of deaths around the coffee pot, and often did so with the kind of gallows humor, using metaphors that were both off-putting and seductive. How then did the technostrategic language, which reflects and shapes the nature of the American nuclear strategic program, such that it plays a central role in allowing defense intellectuals to think and act as they do, come to divorce war from its human consequences in the nuclear era? Yeah, bro, this is crazy as fuck, dude. And these people are heavily influential in our domestic policy. Kahn offers a pertinent example of how technostrategic language constructs a logically coherent worldview that does not accurately represent reality with regard to the concept of limited nuclear war. Such a war has never actually taken place. It's a conceptual system based upon mathematical modeling and assumptions about how such a war might play out. It is an abstract world in which hypothetical, calm, rational actors have sufficient information to know exactly what size nuclear weapon and the opponent has used against which targets, and can respond with a precisely calibrated attack. In this view, decision makers are free of emotion and perfectly informed and respond rationally based on a mathematical formula of megatonnage. Jesus, dude, like, did MK Ultra have anything to do with this? They're like creating sociopathic nerds in nerds in a box, dude. They are free of political pressures from the populace, free from madness or despair or any of the myriad of other factors that regularly affect human decision making. Thus, to enter into this rational world is to construct an abstracted world that is removed from reality. So you're compartmentalizing, essentially. Like that's what she's kind of like teaching them to do, is you take all of your human aspects and you leave them right in here, and then you take the topic at hand and you use it up in here. Yeah, dude, I would not doubt it. Whether it was bred from this sort of like psychological manipulation, or it was already in the works and this was a product of it. While this was certainly a dominant discourse by the end of the Cold War when Kahn undertook this study, it was far more contested in the 1950s, even within RAND. Although both war games were designed to abstract the immense complexity of the world while using highly technostrategic language, the divergence in the outcomes between the quantitative and qualitative Cold War games raises questions about whether using technostrategic language means that ethics are completely or necessarily excluded. One of the limitations to understand the key drivers of the decision making, especially historical decision making, is that humans are very bad at explaining why they made the decisions that they did. Discourse both reflects and shapes the way one thinks about and discusses the world, and the early Cold War period is no exception. Read Pauly's archival research on MIT's political military games, 1958 to 1972, that grew out of RAND's SSD game, found that elite wargame players rarely made explicit arguments about the immorality of nuclear weapons. Yeah, I mean, like they had this shit. She taught them how to compartmentalize the true damages of using these things, so they could literally just go through all of these different scenarios over and over and over again, with probably with different variables, how these things would affect people en masse, and like all the little intricacies. She showed them how to compartmentalize their humanity so they could look at these things from a purely logical perspective. Gotta give it to them. That's incredibly impressive, but it's just scary as fuck. You know what I mean? Similarly, no explicit arguments about the ethics or morality of war were made in either of the RAND games based on the available archival record. It may seem as though technostrategic discourse reigned supreme and ethics was eliminated from discussions of nuclear use or deterrence. Nevertheless, the SSD game was able to highlight the emotion of international politics in a way that MAD was not. Players felt the burden of decision-making under the threat of nuclear weapons as if it were more than just a game. By being made to feel the weight of decision-making even in a simulated environment, the SSD players engaged their ethical intuitions and avoided launching a nuclear weapon. Ethics, emotion, and practical judgment. Comparing two war games that took place at the same time during the early Cold War period at the same location offers a strong test of how divergent epistemologies can shape decision-making. While ethical discourse was not present in either case, the highly abstract world constructed by the MAD differs immensely from the more free play model of the SSD game. Which had a high degree of realism and more buy-in from the players and didn't allow psychology and culture to be assumed away in favor of the logical consistency of the model. While the MAD favored eliminating judge from the game, focusing instead on inputs and outputs, the SSD recognized that the mathematicians were not eliminating judgment, only burying it in their operationalization of the game's variables. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, she taught them how to not even consider the humanity of the decisions that they were making over and over and over again on a day-by-day basis on how they would react to this. Indeed, the social scientists thought that it was ludicrous to dismiss the roles of history, culture, psychology, and emotion in international politics. One would expect to see restraint in both games of the SSD and MAD if they were acting solely out of the self-interest or a logic of deterrence alone. However, these logics of deterrence cannot account for the emotional weight of decision-making described by the players in a game environment. As Frank C. Sagare and D. Mark Kilgore argue in A Perfect Deterrence, nuclear deterrent threats are not credible because acting on them represents every actor's worst outcome. So while actors in the Cold War games could restrain themselves for ethical reasons, it is equally, if not more plausible, that they did so out of self-interest. However, the divergent outcomes of the MAD and SSD games open the door for the role of effect and ethical practical judgment in a way that deterrence logic and self-interest alone cannot account for. Interesting. This is some fucking wild shit, dude. This is crazy. So like what I would think was the strategy behind this was you would get people who were primarily acting out of their humanity. You would get their most optimal course of action. And then you get the cold, calculated lack of humanity, and you get that most optimal outcome. And then try to find a middle ground. I mean, that makes sense to me, but it's scary as all fuck, but man, this is an interesting fucking read, bro. I am so glad I read into this. The SSD players were not making cold, detached utilitarian calculations, but rather they were exercising a kind of Aristotelian ethical practical judgment. So like appealing more to the humanity. As intellectual historian Stephen Tolman argues, the use of case analysis or casuistry, interesting word there, the use of clever but unsound reasoning, especially in relation to moral questions. Sophistry. Oh, okay, so casuistry, sophistry, kind of the resolving of moral problems by the application of theoretical rules to particular instances. Okay. From Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics was such that the good has no universal form regardless of the subject matter or situation. Sound moral judgment always respects the detailed circumstances of specific kinds of cases. Unlike a rule-based moral reasoning, like that of deontology or utilitarianism, ethics is a field not for theoretical analysis, but for practical wisdom, and it is a mistake to treat it as a universal or abstract science. Hence, the emphasis that the SSD game designers put on practical judgment resulted in a simulated environment that engaged the player's ethical intuitions in a way that the highly abstracted, mechanized, and more universal mathematical reasoning in the MAD game did not. Huh. The SSD players were not making cold, detached, utilitarian calculations. Oh, yeah. A key component of Aristotle's ethics and Nicomachean ethics, I think that's how you pronounce that, maybe, probably. According to one of his translators, Joe Sachs, is that ethical choices can never be deductions from any rules, principles, or general duties, but always require a weighing of particular circumstances and balancing of conflicting principles and a direct recognition of the mean. Whew. Let me read that again, just so I can make sure I read that correctly. Ethical choices can never be deductions from any rules, principles, or general duties, but always require a weighing of particular circumstances and a balancing of conflicting principles and a direct recognition of the mean. Interesting. Thus, practical judgment, or phronesis, is the active condition by which someone discerns the right means to the right end in a particular circumstance. According to Sachs, The intellectual virtue of practical judgment and the whole of virtue on character are mutually dependent and must develop together. Since the right end is apparently only to someone of good character, while the formation of good character requires the repeated choice of right action, which is impossible without practical judgment. I can feel my brain getting bigger reading this too. I'm getting smarter as the days come. As Aristotle writes, it's not possible to be good in the governing sense without practical judgment, nor to have practical judgment without virtue of character. The notion of the mean, meson, for Aristotle is, according to Sachs, the balanced choice that precisely achieves its end. It matters of feeling and action. Its precision is not quantitative or subject to calculation, but a judgment made directly by sense perception, looking to what is beautiful. Ooh. Practical judgment alone is not sufficient for ethical behavior. According to Hume's Treatise of Human Nature, emotion is only necessary for ethical decision-making. Emotion is essential for empathy and is necessary for decision-making. That is what Hume called other regarding. Neglecting the civilian casualties of nuclear strikes is a way to suppress emotion and act in a way that does not consider the impact on others. According to Hume, the general rule reaches beyond those instances from which it arose, while at the same time we naturally sympathize with others in the sentiments they entertain of us. Thus, self-interest is the original motive in the establishment of justice, but a sympathy with public interest is the source of a moral approbation which attends that virtue. The recognition of the other through what we would today call empathy is central to Hume's theory of moral judgment. When empathy is in play, our idea of another person's pain or pleasure results in us feeling pain or pleasure. Thus, the capacity for empathy in the case of a war game rests in the emotion that can be evoked by the game. When it comes to nuclear weapons, the particular revulsion to indiscriminate killing felt by the players in the SSD game is a reasonable indicator that one possesses a capacity for empathy. Empathy is the ability to experience the feelings of others rather than being solely self-interested. By taking up the human factors of history, culture, psychology, and emotion, the SSD scientists also subtly took up the concern for human flourishing, from which Aristotle derives the virtues. By taking up human flourishing in this way, the scientists implicitly took up a concern for others, but one that avoids unnecessary reliance on abstractions. In the games played at RAND, it is sufficient that the SSD players were concerned that escalation in the game may encourage escalation in the real world. Ultimately, reason cannot be separated from emotion. As much as Mad wanted to objectively and mathematically analyze decision-making, emotion is central to how humans interact in the world. Moreover, emotion is central for ethical action. As Valery Morkavicius argues, emotions can help us act morally by informing our moral intuition, generating empathy, and holding us accountable for our actions. Our emotions, as expressions of our inner soul or conscience, actually guide us towards more ethical behavior. Damn, dude, there's some beautiful fucking lines in this. I'm like getting goosebumps reading some of this shit, man. Ultimately, the SSD's war game, high degree of realism, and avoidance of unnecessary abstraction allowed the players to recognize the consequences of their actions were they to take place in the real world. Their repulsion towards escalation was not motivated purely by self-interest, but by behavior that took into account the effects on others throughout the process of play. In contrast, the Mad players did not have such a reaction because they stripped any humanizing elements from their calculations in the game. They not only dehumanized their targets, but themselves as decision makers, reducing human action to that of an analog computer. The capacity for empathy in wargaming comes from being made to feel the weight of decision-making and exercising ethical practical judgment in a simulated environment with a high degree of realism rather than abstraction. In the end, while techno-strategic language left little room for ethical deliberations at RAND, the divergent epistemologies and game designs led to opposite outcomes. In what follows, I explore the design assumptions and results of each of the Cold War games and the reactions to them. Man, this is good shit, dude. A mad game to play. The original Cold War game was developed by the Mathematical Analytics Division at RAND with significant input and guidance from Alexander Mood, Olaf Helmler, and Jay O'Connell. The game was highly formalized with limited moves and was played in the Systems Research Laboratory. The Systems Research Laboratory and MAD hoped that the game could be developed to the point where it could be used as a testing device for real Cold War strategies. Ultimately, the game was, according to O'Connell, an attempt to explore the possibilities of developing a new research tool in political science by applying war games techniques to international politics. Analyzing military activity boiled down to the understanding of elementary assumptions and their anticipated effects, which could then be predicted in advanced gaming exercises. The uncertainties of nuclear exchange in a complex world were believed to be analyzable, quantifiable, and ultimately predictable. These epistemological assumptions were summarized by Mood in his 1954 paper, Wargaming as a Technique of Analysis. In taking into account the fast methodological developments in mathematics of the previous few years, he argued that wargaming had been modified to make it a method for solving problems previously thought to be beyond analysis and answerable only by appeal to the judgment of experts. Helmer described the early conceptions of the game in May 1954 as having a goal for exploring international relations and the interactions between production, trade, and trade agreements on one hand and military potential and alliances on the other. The discussion notes on developing Wargame went on to acknowledge that there were immense difficulties in constructing a game to answer questions in these areas, although Helmer did acknowledge that our ability to predict the political sciences in general was not very good. In the lead up to the war game, there were debates on how best to capture the nuances of human psychology and the complexity of the social world within the MAD. According to historian Christian Dyer, RAND mathematician Robert Specht argued that at the time, the tenuous balance between replicability and realism haunted the MAD in designing its early political military games. On the one hand, if realism was prioritized, the complexity of the world quickly overwhelmed the gamers and replicability suffered as a consequence. On the other hand, easy replicability implied oversimplification and diluted the degree of realism in the game. Mood took a very different view of wargaming than Specht and thought that it could be used to scientifically test war plans, which implied that it was replicable. This course would require a fixed set of rules and simplified scenarios so that they could be manipulated and tested. This in turn would require quantifying the variables in the game. Indeed, the operationalization of key variables and inputs in the game was the only place where judgment could be exercised. Hence, it was Helmer's belief that political experts should only be used in setting up the model or supplying input data, but not in exercising intuitive judgment in the application of the model, or in acting as a player in a multi-person game. This would require setting up a complete systems analytical model in which no extraneous intuitive judgment is called for, and realism in the bargaining process is produced by constraints rather than by deliberate simulation by the players. Whew. In his opening remarks to the MAD game, Helmer identified the overall goals, purposes, and objectives of applying wargaming to international relations. Wargaming is so intimately associated with the construction of mathematical models and the creation of behavioral simulation that the structure of our subject, in fact, specifically calls for the talents of mathematical analyst and an experimental psychologist. When it came to nuclear exchange, everything was theoretical since there had never been an actual nuclear war. Yeah, you kind of can't get around that. There's, bombs have been dropped, so they had probably at the time, like a baseline knowledge of what would happen, and they saw what happened over in like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, so there had to be at least some degree of like knowledge of it, but for there to never have been like two countries, even still today, just fucking hucking nukes at each other. Everything past the first bomb is entirely theoretical. Whenever we are wargaming some aspect of military warfare, we are doing so as a substitute for for experimentation. Ugh. I've been reading so much, my fucking throat's getting dry. Need some water. Said it before, I'll say it again. If I ever run for office, free Brita filters for everybody. No, I'm not sponsored by Brita. Whenever we are wargaming some aspect of military warfare, we are doing so as a substitute for experimentation. Actual experimentation, which would involve, for instance, the dropping of bombs on armies and factories, is of course impossible. So we set up a model situation which, by way of numerous analogies, simulates the real situation as closely as possible. I don't... Oh yeah, dude, this is... Bro, fervor. Hear me out, bro. I got through all the RAND articles. This is the first critical article. This shit is long as fuck, but it's really fucking interesting, dude. It's very interesting. Like, so just to give you a brief synopsis, this lady came into RAND. They essentially split up. They split up RAND into, like, the guys that were doing these war games at RAND into two teams. One was approaching things from like a cold, calculated mathematical prospect or a perspective, and she trained them on how to compartmentalize their humanity to the decisions that they were making. And from what it was saying earlier, from their like cold mathematical perspective, they just start lobbing nukes quickly, like immediately. And then there's the SSD team, which was like the social sciences team. They were approaching everything from a very like humanist point, you know, like they were the ones who had their humanity, who dealt with this on like an emotional level, and like just a vast difference in how those games would turn out. It was like MAD literally was like mutually assured destruction, right? Where the SSD, they almost always were able to avoid launching any kind of nukes to keep themselves from killing lots and lots of people. And the way that they approached these things was, to some degree, what it sounds like, right? I might be oversimplifying here, but it sounds like they were approaching these as if it were the real thing, that every decision they would make would actually happen in real life, to the tunes of millions and millions of deaths. This is a fucking incredible article, dude. It seriously, like, whoever wrote this is fucking incredible. And you know what's crazy is, like, so far it doesn't really come from any kind of perspective of being critical, but it does highlight something that's incredibly scary, because these people who have been trained to compartmentalize their humanity when discussing scenarios with deaths that could toll into tens of millions have a significant influence on domestic policy written here in the United States. And you've seen the crazy shit that I've already looked up from, like, straight from their website. You know what I mean? Like, this is fucking crazy. Scary as shit. Really fucking interesting. But at the same time, it's like, whoa. Hey, bro, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, dude. That made me feel good, bro. Thank you, man. All right. You know what's funny? So I actually the other day when I was doing the CIA one, right? It was very reminiscent on when he did his stream about what with the Atlantic Council when the CIA went up in front of all those journalists and had them like monkeys holding up the signs and shit. Bullshit. 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 It was very reminiscent of that. Just because of how, like, you know, that New York Times article that I read the other day was a New York Times article. Like, that just released like a year ago, and they detailed a decade of CIA influence over in Ukraine. And not only that, but 2 other NATO allies had to spot disinfo. Yeah. What were the 4 Ds? Deny, distract, dismay, and there's one more. But yeah, no, spot on. Yeah, the Atlantic Council. That, like, it came to mind with that. It's just crazy how, you know, these journalists at the New York Times, they just, out of nowhere, after 2 years of telling us that this was an unprovoked attack by Russia, which granted, like, I'm not taking Russia's side on this, right? I'm on the side of there's no good guys in this shit. But after 2 years of calling this an unprovoked attack and painting Ukraine to be the victim, they released this, what should have been a groundbreaking article released at the beginning of the war. Instead, after they didn't need to drum up any more support for more funding to go over there, they released this 2 years later. Dismiss, distort, distract, dismay. That's it. Yeah. Yep. Spot on. Yeah. But yeah, dude, like, it was just, it was, if you get a second, check, I don't know if I was telling you or if it was Abe that I was showing earlier, but this article, bro, this is a fucking read, dude. This is a fucking read, bro. The spy war, how the CIA secretly helps Ukraine fight Russia. I gotta pay for fucking NYT if I want to read this, but this details from about a month after the Maidan Revolution. I don't want to say everything, but I mean, I'd be surprised if there was much more. Because they literally admit to 3 NATO countries, Britain's MI6, our CIA, and the Dutch intelligence from the Netherlands, being entrenched over in Ukraine for like 2 years before the war. Anyway, sorry. That kind of stuff just blows my fucking mind, dude. But going through that, that's when I was thinking about Mike Benz. Like, I really like Mike Benz. He's clutch, dude. He's the kind of guy that can go through videos like I can go through articles. But the thing with videos is videos are a lot easier to watch. So my content is for folks that like to read, right? And that's not that I'm not like comparing the two here. I'm just like making an observation. Mike Benz is great. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, listen to this quote, dude. So whenever we are wargaming some aspect of military warfare, we are doing so as a substitute for experimentation. Actual experimentation, which would involve, for instance, the dropping of bombs on armies and factories, is of course impossible. So we set up a model situation which, by way of numerous analogs, simulates the real situation as closely as possible. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. No, hey, bro, I really appreciate it, man. Like, dude, the support that I've gotten it means the world to me, bro. Like, I really appreciate it. Seriously, man. Thank you, bro. For real. You too, Abe, dude. Like, that's it really has meant the world, dude. I know, like, I'm not like making money or anything off of this, but that doesn't matter. Like, just this is something that I love to do, and to like meet other people who are interested in this kind of stuff, and just like be able to talk while I do this shit, dude. It's like fun, bro. This is cool as fuck, dude. Thus, the epistemological assumptions of many of the mathematics and systems analysts at RAND began to pervade the game, namely a belief that scientific prediction of the Cold War and a nuclear war was desirable and indeed possible. What that looked like in gameplay was something like this, according to Helmer. If the player responsible, let us say, for the U.S. in the game were to follow a prescribed overall strategy, and if the other players by their actions simulated as closely as possible the reactions of other countries, the outcome of the game should be usable to predict the consequences of U.S. strategy under consideration. That's... Here's my only... I'm not like a super genius like these guys are. I mean, they have to be, right? But there's just so many variables that come into play with these kinds of things. Like, how would they... I mean, maybe they like comprehend the idea of like the immense destruction of an atomic bomb, a nuclear weapon. Because like that's so foreign to me, right? Like, someone says like detonating an atomic bomb or a nuclear weapon, and the only thing I can picture is just like flat land and a mushroom cloud, and that's it. But these guys, having gone through this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, these guys probably have a much more realistic idea on how a country would react to something like that, especially with the knowledge of what we learned. Like, I hate saying it like that, but that's what it was, like Nagasaki and Hiroshima were experiments, bro. Like we had no idea what was going to happen when that bomb dropped. I don't think. I haven't seen Oppenheimer or anything like that. So I haven't looked too much into like the Manhattan Project. I don't know if they detonated any before they actually used them. But it's just interesting stuff. What that looked like in gameplay was something like this, according to Helmer. If the player responsible, let us say, for the U.S. in the game were to follow a prescribed overall strategy, and if the other players by their actions simulated as closely to possible the reactions of other countries, the outcome of the game should be usable to predict the consequences of U.S. strategy under consideration. Hence, human judgment and emotion were to be eliminated in the process of play for the sake of creating a more scientific way of war. The epistemological bias toward rationality was rigid. This rule-bound notion of rationality broke with a long philosophical tradition of the necessity and desirability of mindfulness. Indeed, Helmer assumed that human judgment only came in during the game design, and that while playing, the human participating in the game acts as something like an analog computer, in the sense that he takes the place of a black box into which his artificial environment feeds certain stimuli, to which he reacts behaviorally by producing strategic decisions. Humans were essentially computers that, given certain inputs, would produce predictable outputs. If they simulate the real situation reasonably well, then their actions would have simulated the strategic decisions apt to occur in the analogous real life situation. Thus, the epistemological assumptions of the game were to quantify and simulate adequately the complexity of the international system in order to model the world mathematically and have predictable outcomes with regard to Cold War nuclear brinksmanship. Now, this might be a hot take. Okay. I can't say I'm not glad that they at least worked toward having a plan if something like this ever happened. It's like, you know, silver linings and such. But still, I would much rather if another country did like carpet nuke us or whatever, you know, like this is, you know, end of the world kind of hypothetical talk here. But I would much rather the people in control have some form of like fucking game plan to react to something like that than for the bombs to drop and there just be absolute fucking anarchy. You know what I mean? It's like the world turns to Fallout in a PvP only server and GG's, good luck. You know what I'm saying? Hence, human judgment and emotion were to be eliminated in the process of play for the sake of creating a more scientific way of war. The epistemological bias towards rationality was rigid. The game developed by MAD was highly focused on integrating economic and political moves into wargaming. Economic action in the game amounted to the manipulation of countries' rudimentary 5 commodity economies and to the negotiation and consummation of the international trade. While the designers initially considered having individual players represent various countries, they quickly determined that by having each player represent a power focus rather than a country, it was possible to have the players jointly manage 19 countries. It was designed to be a highly formalized and ideally iterative. Let me get my white trash dictionary out real quick. You know what I mean? Relating to or involving iteration, especially of a mathematical or computational process. Okay. So, where is it? Okay, highly formalized, ideally iterative. So this was the game that was the cold, compartmentalized, the humanity, calculated, mathematical game. That's what I get from that, right? That was played over the course of 2 weeks. These games took 2 fucking weeks. Wow. Like, they were not pulling punches. They weren't playing Risk, because they were like... They were reacting as if this shit was real. Oh, hold on. The kitten's mewing. Give me just a second, guys. I don't want to leave him. Hold on, Bubba. Wait. Charlie, do that. Okay. That's it, but you can do it yourself just to promote. What's good OBSEC hygiene? Operational security hygiene. Okay, so if I'm a bad actor, I can make that link a cookie grabber or a malware dropper. So I'm saying just do it yourself on the archive site. And you can be sure you're a bad actor giving you a bad link. Okay. Charlie, what are you doing, Bubba? Sorry, I gotta give that cat back. I went in there. He tried attacking Charlie. He tried attacking me. I don't even know what happened. I was very calm and like cool with him when I put him in the bathroom earlier. I guess he's just mad or something. But I went to like reach down to pick him up. I made him a nice little soft bed down in this box in there, and went to pick him up, and he fucking struck at me. So he doesn't hurt or anything, but at the same time, you know. I don't know much about cats, but I'm the same way with dogs. And dogs don't attack me like that. Especially when I fed them and shit, so. Not dealing with that. Sorry, guys. My bad. My bad. All right, I'm gonna get back to it. I apologize. So. Okay. All right. Anyway, with jointly managed 19 countries, it was designed to be highly formalized and ideally iterative game that was played over the course of 2 weeks in order to simplify the world into quantities that players can manipulate with variables such as military forces, crop yields, resource allocation, and national priorities. The political moves in the Mad Game then focused on the negotiation of alliances and the acquisition of control of countries by players. In addition, underground organizations could be used to sabotage military effort, hamper economies by strikes, and attempt the overthrow of legitimate governments. Finally, the military rules permitted the acquisition of foreign bases, peacetime deployment of military forces, and conventional as well as atomic warfare. While it appears as though there was a robust ability for players to make political, economic, and military moves throughout the game, in reality the constraints of play were immense and issues such as accidental or unauthorized nuclear launch were never theorized. There was a vociferous debate early on in the game as to whether or not to use a chip and board model like many war games that had come before. Those who ran the systems research laboratory objected to the board and chip representation because it detracted from realism in the gameplay, making it just a game. After testing the rounds with chips, the MAD felt that the chip and board representation was most desirable, while the systems research laboratory was concerned that the players would become too focused on handling chips rather than playing a long-range strategy. Yeah, and it kind of takes away from like the human element of it as well. I don't know nothing about cats, man. I don't know nothing about cats. I've never had cats. You know what I mean? I don't know. They ultimately agreed on a more complex console that involved using a pegboard with chips and pegs for a decision board. The board unfortunately remains opaque due to the unlimited accounts of the game in an accessible form in the archives. Results and reaction. While the play of the 2-week game was recorded in its entirety, unfortunately a device to access the 1954 recordings was not in existence at RAND. Nevertheless, there are some compelling results of the Mad Game that the archival record can shed light on. Most relevant to examining the ethical intuitions of players, the MAD division appeared to have no trouble in going nuclear. As noted previously in early iterations of the game, the United States and the Soviet Union opened one round of the game with an exchange of hydrogen bombs. In the final round of the game, the play began when the present was carried out through the equivalent of about 2 years, terminating with the outbreak of atomic war. That's fucking crazy, dude. It's clear that the players had few qualms about crossing the nuclear threshold in the simulated environment, though it's not certain why. Perhaps it was due to a lack of buy-in from the players, but the game not being realistic enough, the players intentionally pushing the boundaries, or the abstraction of calculable and predictable hydrogen bomb casualties and losses. However, I argue that the level of abstraction and the absence of realism in the game may have led the players to disengage their ethical intuitions and casually launch nuclear weapons. The horrors of a nuclear blast were rendered certain, quantifiable, and predictable, with known losses expressed as percentages. The mad game designers quantified the effects of an H-bomb attack by dividing the effects of going nuclear into capital losses, population losses, and military losses. These were put into Table 1. Okay. Effect of an H attack. A second. All right. Effect of an H attack. H-bomb attack. Level 1. If attacker was not hit previously that year, the target country was not hit last year. Guess I don't understand like the context of how they're listing this stuff out. In all cases, 25% of effective population to emergency service next year. If more than one attack then in the same year, use maximum. In the absence of further discussion of these attacks in the documentary record, I have no idea what I'm looking at here. In the absence of further discussion of these attacks in the documentary record, what we can infer from this table is that the effects were viewed as discrete, quantifiable, and predictable. Thus, the inherent uncertainties of a hypothetical nuclear exchange became measurable and certain in a way that allowed the mad players to essentially tame chance through an array of simplifying assumptions to fit economic losses or population losses from nuclear attacks within game theoretic matrices. The players from MAD in the end epitomized Cohn's defense intellectual that she encountered decades later. The game design was rebuffed by the social scientists. In Helmer's letter to John D. Williams, taking stock of the reactions to the MAD Cold War game, he noticed that the SSD was particularly critical. Critics from the Social Sciences Division, which was in no way involved in the preparation of this game, were vociferous in their rejection of the underlying political model for its lack of realism. One of the reasons for this lack of realism was that MAD had always played the game entirely in the open, with each player permitted to see as much of the other player's boards as the physical layout permitted him to. In the systems research laboratory's view, this has not only destroyed... What's up, babe? Is Rob up? Oh, verbal combat's on. Oh, shit. Man, I'm only halfway through this article. Yeah. I might jump in and watch that. I might cut it off here and finish this up on Sunday. Because I'm only halfway through this fucking article. And I still have this, and this. Look through. So, I'm going to call it here. Yeah. I'm going to call it here. I got work tomorrow. Man, this is a fucking badass article, though, dude. This is one of the most interesting articles I've ever read when it comes to, like that, like looking at things from in that depth. You know what I mean? How these people were preparing themselves for nuclear war just in case it happened. It's fucking crazy. But guys, thank you very much. Fervor, Abe, everybody, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I'll be back at it again at some point, and I'll probably see y'all over in Rob's stream, dude. Y'all have a good night, all right?